for 4 days and played and shown to the jury and on the screen for 4 days. And then on Friday is when I think we all discovered that something had happened to Ms. Wisco's file. She played it on the big screen. It clearly looked different than the copy we all had. I believe we offered to airdrop it to the other attorneys, and I think it was declined because they didn't know how to use airdrop. And then we got her the full copy. We cannot be held responsible for the software on Ms. Wisco's phone. We didn't compress anything. We didn't change anything. That would have been
lie
something
after
that
lie after lie.
Happened
There
in the
was no
transfer
compression.
that we had no knowledge of. We of course did not mean to give them a different copy.
Welcome back,
and
everybody.
Until Friday, when
Kraus
Ms. Wisco played it and it looked different than what we've been looking at, we had no idea it was any different.
Trying to blame Ms. Wisco's phone.
And then when requested,
for the,
I gave her. So what I did is I took
video.
an email from Detective Howard. He emailed me the file. It was not compressed. I don't know, probably because it's Apple to Apple, or I was using Gmail at the time. It was.
This is so
the full,
stupid.
As far as we know, the only copy of the video we were ever given, the only copy that's ever been had, and then I put it on a thumb drive to give to the State Crime Lab. So I cannot explain why Ms. Wisco's file had been compressed.
If I email you
that
a
is
file,
not
it's not
something
compressing
that
it, dude.
we can be held accountable for. We didn't know it. We don't, and if Ms. Wisco knew it, it wasn't brought up until Friday. Now, there was some dispute Friday about there being different copies. There was no different copy. The software on Ms. Wisco's phone, or whatever software she used to view it, compressed the file.
Not how it works.
The only compressed file is the one Ms. Wisco has. All the ones that we have seen, and we did not alter the file.
He's claiming because
none of us know how to alter the file. None of us know how to compress the file. We wouldn't have had time to do so. You can probably go back on the footage and see when Mr. Howard, Detective Howard brings it in, and while Mr. Lukowski is being questioned, we're looking at it to see if it's the drone footage that apparently the defendant's first attorney had or was aware of. And I understand he has different attorneys now, but this is still the defendant's attorney at the time knew of this 3 days after the incident and was talking about it on national television. So to somehow now accuse us of compressing a file
them with
and
this shit video.
somehow being able to do this technical wizardry to somehow
Super chat from Stephen Knizek. Future Attorney General
sabotage
Binger, along
the
with
defense.
Assistant Attorney General Kraus.
The defense saw this video and thought highly enough of it that they went and bought a large television that is now being used in court because they wanted to show it. And now all of a sudden to come back and say, well, we had a bad copy, they could have checked, they could have asked for a thumb drive, they could have asked for whatever. As far as we knew until we had this hearing on Friday, everyone had the exact same copy.
The trial ended Friday, you moron.
That Ms. Wisco's phone compressed it is not our problem. It's not, we're not responsible for that.
Well, no.
Yeah, Ms. Wisco, tell him. That's not how it works.
You start, Ms. Wisco.
Can you talk into it, Mike? Yes. On November 5th, 2021, I received at 10:33 a.m. an email from Detective Martin Howard with one video file attached. It was a 4 megabyte video that was titled IMG_0159.mov. I have never looked at that video on my cell phone. As soon as I received that video via email, I downloaded it to this laptop, which is the evidentiary laptop we've been using through the duration of this trial.
What manufacturer is that?
This is a Lenovo.
Okay, good.
And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the video
I
file.
relabeled it after it had been brought into evidence by the state as Exhibit 73 because it was Exhibit 73 for ease for bringing it up, showing it to the jury. After we found out in Friday that there was this discrepancy after the videos being shown, and for the record, we did not buy that TV because of this drone video. We actually brought it in for John Black's slowed down testimony. That was the reason we brought this TV in. However, when we were in court, I played the Exhibit 73 on my computer because the state's computer wasn't here. ADA Krause was the one who brought up the fact this isn't the good quality video.
This
We
isn't the
didn't
good quality
realize
video.
until
Exactly.
playing them
He
side
said
by
it.
side, mine
said
and
it.
then the states, that there was any difference in quality.
How would he
That
know
was
if-
Friday. After Friday happened, I emailed both Binger and ADA
He
Krause,
said the-
and I asked
the
for an
version
exact
we have
forensic
is much
copy of
clearer.
what they
He
had
actually said
given
it.
to the state crime lab. ADA Krause responded back to me, forwarded me the email he's talking about to Detective Howard, and that also contained one file named as IMG underscore 0159.mov that was a 4 megabyte file. Simultaneously, ADA Binger had been in contact with me, told me I could come pick up the file from a flash drive. I drove here, I had him take me inside, and I confirmed that this file that he said was directly provided to the state crime lab was an 11 megabyte file, not 4. So the information contained in the flash drive was over double the size, almost 3 times the size as to what was emailed to me. When ADA Krause followed up to me with that email, forwarding me his email from Detective Howard, it was the same 4 megabyte file that I had gotten previously.
So clearly, Attorney Wisco's email is compressing these files. That's not. That's
Where
not
are
what's
you
actually
getting
going
this
on.
bullshit?
Oh, I
Clearly
didn't
the
write out
email.
with software.
You know what?
I forwarded
Well,
the.
wait a minute. I don't know if she had finished.
Every other piece of evidence from the state crime lab in this situation has been provided to us via Dropbox. Dropbox provides an exact forensic copy of what they have. The file title name in this situation should have been exactly the same.
Exactly,
as
it
the
doesn't
one
alter the
provided to
title.
state if it was the exact same copy. The file name was nowhere near similar. The one that was provided to the state's crime lab that Attorney Binger gave me a copy of on Saturday.
Now your
had a
email
very
alters
long
your
convoluted
video
title
titles, guys,
that
when you
involves
email
lots of
somebody.
letters and numbers
You hear the
that are
bullshit the state's trying to
the
pull?
type that are usually associated with files taken from a drone because they indicate a lot of different information like the location of the drone and the time. The file I received originally on Friday the 5th was not labeled that same and was not the same file amount.
Look at
There's
that.
no way
Drone
that what
information
India
stripped.
Krause is saying is true.
Data stripped
because
from the
file
video?
name would not have changed if my computer was compressing anything. It was a different file that we were provided from what was provided to the state, at least for what Attorney Binger gave me on Saturday. They're completely different.
I think we're confusing the issue here.
No,
The
I think you're deliberately confusing the issue,
Dropbox.
Krause.
That's how they've submitted all the videos that they worked on and the photos they worked on. The email from my personal Gmail account is the file that went to the state crime lab. I was told to bring it to the state crime lab. I was already home on Saturday.
Now Gmail is
I did not have
manipulating
access
the
to
videos, guys.
anything but my computer. I had
Google is
Detective Howard
guilty.
email it to me, and I put it on a thumb drive at home, and I took it to the
You
crime
can
lab.
accuse Google of a lot of things, but manipulating your emails, your
I don't know
videos
if
that you email, I don't
Mr.
think it's
Binger
one
somehow
of them.
retitled it, but the image I gave the
Somehow
crime
retitled.
lab is on my phone as the title that she indicated. That was the one that went to the crime lab, and I will testify as an officer of the court. I take offense that what I'm saying is untrue. Clearly,
Well, obviously we're going to have to take this testimony under oath, and we're going to have to get somebody to explain all this, who has some competence, which.
If you look at the report from the state crime lab, they indicate the originating file that they received was the one with the expanded title that we did not receive until Saturday. If it had been the same file as ADA Krause says it is, why wasn't that labeled on their receipt as being IMG 059 or 159?
Mr.
If that
Krause?
is the exact same thing, then that does not add up.
Mr. Krause?
Why did
If the
you
file doesn't
report
fit,
a
you must
different
acquit.
title?
Say
I'm
it,
looking
chat.
at the email.
If the file
It's
don't
image
fit, you must acquit.
0159.mov. When it's downloaded to computer, perhaps it has a different title. On my phone and on my Gmail, that is the image. I'm watching the video right now. This is the precise one that was given to the state crime lab. I had no other access. At this point, the first time this was ever put on any kind of hard drive is when I did it Saturday at my home.
If the file doesn't fit, you must acquit, Kraus.
I'll do a little experiment here. I'll save it to my computer and see if the title
This
changes.
is the glove. This is the same as the OJ glove.
Pardon me?
I accidentally saved it 3 times because I was trying to re-download it multiple times, and it all saved it as IMG 0159.
Okay, well, you know what? We can't resolve this now because this is going to require expert testimony from people, and we're going to have to take testimony.
If the file doesn't fit,
under oath.
you must acquit.
Is what the facts are, and so that I'll reiterate my comment, which started this discussion, which was that given the cloudy picture about
The hocus
this
pocus
particular
image.
exhibit, yeah, this is a high risk strategy for the state. I was queasy about this from the beginning. And,
Wow, the judges
only
wanted to state that
queasier
if
about
they
it
go
now.
forward with this, he's calling it high risk, meaning he may throw the whole case. Why did I click on the poll? All right, let's check the Ricchietta law, guys.
Curing this.
This
What do you
cannot
want
be
us to
cured.
do, Your Honor?
It's an incurable error. And now the only question at this point is if there's malice.
And there's
Yeah,
implied
if
deliberation
they
lied
with it.
under.
I'm saying
they
the
lied.
trial is fucked.
Like at that point,
It's
you
fucked.
gotta
How
kill
can
it.
you go forward?
But they got to be
The
advocating for
jury
their
is
client. They're
asking to see
why my
evidence
client gotta
that is
suffer for
probably
this shit? You know what I'm
inadmissible.
saying?
Yeah.
His life
Yes,
is on the
our
line.
client-
Stop this.
Our client has. They
I'm saying
intentionally prejudiced our client.
The question is not whether my client's prejudiced, it's whether
You got
they're
jury
poison
the
evidence
exhibits.
in the jury
I'm
room.
really not
This trial
concerned
is
about
screwed.
the image. As I've said multiple times, I believe much too much has been made of this image. Mr. Baird
you've made too
even
much
mentioned
of
it in
it.
his closing. We didn't show it in either our closing or rebuttal. The other evidence was admitted without objection with a stipulation to authenticity, and I believe it should be played. It's already been played for the jury, and they should be brought down, and we can put all the other exhibits on a thumb drive outside of.
Dude, if you bring them down and they return a guilty verdict after looking at that video, this case will be thrown out on appeal.
Outside of
If not
exhibit
the
155,
if
which
not
is
the
the
judge himself. Look at the
the
judge knows
image
it.
that-
This thing is fucked.
the court is received over objection, but the other exhibits were not objected to. And again, the defense,
Sure,
although a
Casey's
prior
chomping
attorney
at the bit.
had access to this video 3 days
I'm
after
trying
the
to
incident.
decide whether they're holding each
So
other
to now
back or not.
claim that
Ringer seems to
that
want
they're
to.
somehow prejudiced.
You
is
can't object to
preposterous.
something
I
you don't know
understand
that
it's previous
exists.
counsel, but it is
Right.
still the defendant's attorney. He was charged
They
with this
were
crime,
provided with
and
the
if
video.
he
How
appears
could-
to
how
not
are they
turn
gonna
something
object to
over
it?
that he had and that he
If they don't know what
brought
they-
to the Tucker Carlson show?
Oh, here he goes.
That is
It's not his.
that also is not our
It's not up to
responsibility.
him. It's your responsibility.
Respond to that.
Yes.
sir. Mr. Pierce was my client's attorney. As Mr. Kraus said, Tucker Carlson purchased that video. That video is very different from the video that was delivered.
We're about at
here
100K,
in
boys.
Quality.
I know.
lady.
Woo! Thank you. I appreciate that.
We
Congrats, bro.
stipulated to the video based upon what
Well, we
they
still need
gave
another
us.
300
We
people
didn't
in
see it as anything different.
Just took
We
over.
were given.
We got it.
I want to stop
Oh, there you go.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, 100K.
that.
Woohoo!
that Mr.
Congrats, Nick.
Let's here's the judge.
Congrats, Nick.
Is different from.
Black and white.
That was okay. Go ahead.
And we stipulated to that video when we looked at our copy because it didn't add anything except color. We didn't have the quality. And that's where this whole problem starts. And we weren't aware of the quality until after the evidence had closed on Friday.
We can't know what we
When
don't
were
know.
here. and it was
Exactly.
plugged
How
in
can
as
you
Mr.
object to
Wisdom
it
was
with
saying.
information you don't
That's
have?
when we found out there was a problem, what had been given to us versus what they had. That's when the whole problem comes up. So that's as to that video. The other one, and I'll just say it because it's going to be an issue, FBI aerial with all POI'd marked. That, when we're going over this list, it's come to my attention. I played that for the jury. It never got marked or moved in, even though it's been played.
Ooh, are you kidding me?
I am not kidding you,
Can we
Judge.
put it in evidence now?
That's what I think would be the proper way to do it.
No, the proper way to do
Well,
it is
the
kill
defense
this.
agrees
No,
that
it's a
Trial with
case.
prejudice.
agree that
I'm
that's
not going to run a
evidence.
compromise. This isn't, let's make a deal here.
I mean,
if
come
it's not
on.
Jeopardy, it's
They
not
These
did
even-
not mark
these
the
are
evidence.
fatal
They did not
errors
move
in a
it.
case.
You, but it was played to the jury.
Yes, and not marked or moved.
Mistrial.
Hard drive it because everything was going in.
And I thought we
Why do
gave
they
them a
want the
full,
FBI
complete copy of the video. So
I don't know.
The,
This
the
makes no
defense
sense
failed
to me.
to move in an exhibit they showed to the jury.
Well, I'm going to reopen the evidence and admit what they saw.
When you make an administrative error, that's an appropriate remedy. You can reopen the evidence for introduction of evidence
How
that
can I,
should have
how can
gone
I
in,
not?
but for
You tell me.
a procedural
This is such a
oversight.
mess.
then I would ask that evidence that's been admitted also go to the jury. That has been legally admitted in front of the jury.
That's subject to a
Follow
pending
the
motion.
Push
You
this point.
Let's take one thing at a time.
Your Honor, just for the record as well, there was an additional difference that we found in the metadata between the two videos.
Oh, shit.
Is that if you look at the metadata from
metadata.
the file that we received from the state, is their create date is 11/5/2021
Oh!
at 15/10/31.
Gmail is not
If you look
altering
at
the
our video
the
that we
date
were
of
provided,
creation.
The metadata, the create
Much
time
later.
is 21 minutes and 19 seconds later.
Miss Wisco.
I'm watching the. We're watching
It wasn't
the-
for the
also
Miss
the pretty
Wisco's
peers.
gotcha.
It is not black
Got
and white.
him.
It is color, and it actually does seem to be high definition.
Got
like
him.
this video.
Miss
Or watch it.
Wisco's
It's
pointing
online.
out
You can watch it.
exactly right. No way is
How can
Gmail
how can you sustain
altering the
any type of conviction
metadata.
with this shit? How?
What in the world?
This
The
trial
date
should
the
be
file
about
was
the trial
created.
to
Miss
the real
Wisco
case, not
earning her pay, whatever Kyle's
You
paying
know,
her.
if his prior attorney, he's got it.
I don't know.
Wow.
They said that
prior
Tucker
to
Carlson
it.
bought it. And that's what goes to this whole thing, this urban air. We sent out an investigator to interview
Miss Wisco, the hero
owner
of the hour.
Urban Air to try and get this video. And I can get the report. I don't have it with me. And the individual lives out in the Lake Geneva area. And he lied to our investigators and said, we are mistaken that the drone permit wasn't for this video. And now it's come from his company. He shut down his company 17 days after this video was released. We've tried to get this video. And then it shows up on the Friday after the trial has started. And it's dropped off by his employee, not the person who we interviewed who owned the company.
Good luck, Josh.
Yeah, for the,
Look at the
for folks
judge.
who didn't catch it,
The judge
the
knows
act-
this
the
is
video
fucked.
they produced gave to the defense.
They gave a
was
cooked
created
video.
from the one
Mr.
that
Yep.
was the accurate one. So that means they deliberately created a
That's
There's
a
a-
prosecutorial
blurry image to give the
misconduct.
defense.
They
And also
gave them a
the-
video that they
was supposed to
made.
Email it. They did it long before they were emailing it for the purpose of setting it up.
You got to stand
Well,
up and say,
They
Judge, how can
deliberately
we
created a
sustain
low
a
resolution,
verdict on this?
cropped and edited video, and gave it to the
And then it
defense.
lists these things, and then it says, we will request when ready, and they haven't followed up. So I'm playing short. Maybe the ball won't come to me.
It's gonna come to you, Judge.
Yeah.
He
Well,
loves to play Pontius
if we're
Pilate.
moving on, at least for the moment,
Oh my God.
let's go to number 4.
Yeah.
So it seems that the request, it says view video, but I believe it's actually, 3 videos.
I did not hear you, sir.
It asks for a video, but I believe they're actually asking for 3 videos, and I think we agree on
Dude,
this.
why'd you
the-
create a low res
It
video
asks
in the
view
first
video
place?
starting with Mr. Grosskreuz's interview with Mr. Rittenhouse. That is Exhibit 3. It's also duplicated as Exhibit 57. That is the live stream that Mr. Grosskreutz took.
That's a video of a
that
statement. You
night.
get one shot at it.
Yeah.
That's right. The statement.
That does not actually depict the second incident. It does, you can hear the shots, but then it asks to 10 seconds after Mr. Grosskreutz shooting. I believe that's what's referred to as the BG on the scene video, which is number 5. And then it indicates in regular and slow motion.
Does not object to them
the
having
only
access.
slow motion,
However,
of that
it is deemed appropriate to those exhibits.
All right. So, and that's by agreement, and then the question is where and what restrictions will be put on their use of those videos.
The state's position is that they should be given the exhibits or told what numbers they are. The courtroom should be cleared. They should watch them on the monitors they've been watching the whole case on. And that can be set up, and then everyone can leave, and they can discuss it. Now, it says...
All by themselves, or...
By themselves.
Okay.
Just as they are
I
in the jury
assume
room.
that somebody has got the technical ability to trigger playing of the videos.
That's a fairly simple process. They can be given a computer with you just plug it into the side, and then they can just press the thing. If there's...
the thing.
It doesn't have other matter on it?
We have, I believe our computer, if it doesn't have anything else in this case, it may have like Microsoft Word or something on it, but there's no other evidence of this case on it. It's not my computer. It would be we have some standalone laptops to do this type of thing.
What's the defense position?
We were talking about it, and the question that I have, and I don't have an answer because it wasn't in any of these cases, is there any right, if we're doing it in court, is there any right for Mr. Rittenhouse to be present?
More than if they had paper exhibits and they were discussing them. And certainly the defendant can't be in the room while they're talking.
You
Well,
can't
I agree with that.
You can't be there for deliberation.
Well, if you clear the room and say this is now the jury deliberation room, which is what they've asked.
No. I want to go back a step.
Okay.
Supposing I said, well, let's just get a computer that has nothing else on it, or that everybody feels it's sufficiently sanitary, and let's put these exhibits on a flash drive.
Can we
or
get a
download them
laptop
onto the
that doesn't
computer,
have
whatever,
internet access
and then
and just clean,
send that
fresh out of the box?
upstairs? Let them do it just like they would if they were paper exhibits, and they can play it and discuss it as much as they want. Now, I'm talking right now only about question number 4, because there's other issues with respect to question number 5, and fortunately they're not here yet because they haven't requested it. But this would be a departure from the Anderson case for sure. That would not be incompatible with what I did in the Flint case. Flint. Who's okay with that?
I'm sorry?
Who's okay with that?
We are okay with that.
Is based on what you said, so we're not waiving anything on 5.
You're not waiving anything on 5.
Then that's okay for 4.
Okay, now we just need to get a clean computer.
Someone run
Can
down
you
to
see
Best
you have
Buy.
some available, Mr. Krause? One of those?
I have to look at it, but it can be clean.
Look at it. Well, I'm going to go and do something else. I'm not going to go. I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay and do something else. And I'll let you fellas try to work this up. And
at this point, Your Honor, they have not requested what we're fighting about.
they have not requested.
At this point, they have not requested what we're fighting about.
You are correct.
Okay.
All right, guys. So they're gonna figure out the technical difficulties of showing the jury some videos. This is unreal to me. Miss Wisco just basically cinched the defense argument of why this has to be a mistrial with prejudice. She uncovered prosecutorial misconduct, guys, because in addition, this guy's claiming that it was Gmail that compressed the video and changed the title. She points out the metadata on the video has even been changed. The video that they got was created on a different day. That means they made a version. They made a separate version of the video and sent it to them. That means they sent them a loaded deck. Unacceptable. That is prosecutorial misconduct. They're selling a garbage evidence that they tried to pass off. Super chat from Chris Coleman. Thanks for the coverage. Long live the potato. Yes, indeed.
Says to Gage Gruskowitz about going to the police, lying about shooting is the emphasis that the state put on that particular video, right? If I'm not mistaken, he says
they made that claim, but the video didn't support that state interpretation.
Right.
This is such a passive defense. Why are they not screaming mistrial with prejudice? We need to have a decision from the bench right now whether or not we're getting mistrial with prejudice. And if it gets denied, you run to the appellate court on an emergency motion. You bring an emergency motion to overturn that denial. We've now seen Fifth Amendment violations. We've seen ignoring court instructions.
Exactly.
About
There's no way a
prejudicial
conviction in this
and
case could stand on
prohibited
appeal.
evidence. And we see now the DA intentionally manipulating evidence for that they're going to transmit over to the defense, so the defense is dealing with inferior quality, which the state is going to make so pivotal that the only way we can salvage our case after our witnesses all fell down on the stand one after another, got crushed, is let's come up with this whole novel provocation theory. And how do we have it? From this stupid little 4 pixels out of 4,000 that we think makes it, someone might be able to interpret it like a cloud in the sky might look like Rittenhouse holding a gun, so too this holds it, and that they did this intentionally, that they handcuff the state, the defense this way, and it's such.
And this all happened, guys. Remember the last day of trial.
His life is in jeopardy. He literally can be spending the rest of his life in prison because of this misconduct. I don't understand how if the judges.
The guy, I cannot emphasize enough. They got this information essentially that they got bullshit video file after the evidence in the trial was closed. They went. This is come on. This is unreal. Exactly, he's exactly right. They should be jumping up and down, screaming for a mistrial, and if they don't get one, they should be running to the appellate court. What did he say it was for this circuit? Is Wisconsin in the 5th Circuit Court of Appeals? They should be running to the circuit. Get it? You can't have this. This is clearly prosecutorial misconduct. You heard, what's his name, Krause there, feeding lie after lie after lie to the judge, saying something. Now, first it was Miss Wisco's phone compressing the video, then it was Gmail compressing, and then somehow the title got changed, and Miss Wisco reveals, hey, even the metadata is different here. You've seen the video yourselves. The edges of the video were cropped. The length of the video was altered. This thing was... They withheld exculpatory evidence from the defense. They gave him false evidence that they created themselves. State court, thank you, Liberative. That's right. This is not the federal circuit.
On the process, my client's rights. This video thing is about my client's rights. These issues are about my client's rights. That's where I think you want to push the judge, but they failed to do that. But I think they have to kind of come back and then kind of start this. I
want to acknowledge the chameleon situation. Press F in the chat for the poor chameleon. Shame on FedEx.
I want to still keep him on your side, especially with these big motions coming up.
Runkle's video is being sent to us from the prosecution's iPhone, apparently.
I've got a Logitech thing, and I hate it because it does this thing where it fails to hold settings. So now it's decided
that
the
1960s makeup, pre-makeup, trying to make you look good. It's a little glossy.
No, I agree fix it up here.
I agree with Nate, although I do think when he does that rocking back and forth thing where he's hemming and hawing, that's clearly been when the state has found success. Little nudges, Just you got to get off the fence. Just push a little bit more. And I will also say this: I don't care how you feel about Kyle Rittenhouse. I don't care whether you agree with the panel or any given panelist. The notion here that the state is going to cage someone for their life,
on
based on
bullshit evidence,
both sides, and what you're seeing in this trial is very, very frustrating. I'm in favor of a mistrial now. Regardless of anything else, we are at a place where it is very difficult to trust that the process has worked the way the process should. And this is such a significant action for the state to take. We need to be more cautious, not less, when it invokes it.
I mean, and the thing that is getting me about this is Krause is playing duplicitous, and he knows it because he's arguing that this must have happened to the file, that must have happened to the file, this thing must have done it, that thing must have done it.
He's blaming everything.
And the reality is, he's stated over and over, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how it works. I don't know why this would happen. Oh, it was her phone. Oh, it was the email that compressed it. Oh, it was this. And Wisco comes out spitting facts, just absolute fact after fact. No, here's the file name. Their file name's different. Here's the file size. Their file size is different.
Here's
the
metadata.
Yeah. The metadata says that our file was created, and I have their file, by the way. The metadata says that their file was created 21 minutes before our file, which, I don't know, sounds kind of like a render time on a compression, if you ask me. Especially if you don't have, the type. I mean, this is a short video. If you don't have a graphics card, so if you're running a compression on a laptop or something, 21 minutes. I mean, the amount of time missing there. Plus, what they haven't even gotten into, because they don't have an expert testifying on this, is the fact that the video is cropped. It's cropped down. It's not just a smaller video size. And if the judge pulls these people under oath and gets expert testimony on it, the state's going to get buried on it. But in my opinion, it's not whether or not Kyle's been prejudiced by the admission of this evidence. He clearly has. It's the state's error. Clearly the state's error. The question is whether or not it was intentional. And so that means, to me, the judge should be saying, we've got to dismiss this. And then the next question is sanctions for the state.
And that's my point. That's why I'm sorry. I heard what you said, Nate. You're saying you don't want to piss off the judge. The bottom line is this: that jury deliberation, they come out with a conviction. That's like a hammer drop. That's like a hammer drop from at an auction. It changes everything here. It changes all the yardsticks for how they're measuring things, and you're going to be overturning a conviction. You need to get a decision on this now, before the jury finishes the
I think you heard the most important thing from the judge in that hearing, which was, well, maybe I don't have to make any decisions.
Yeah,
right. Like if they don't follow up on this, maybe I just play Jeopardy. And I understand, as a human being, I understand how he gets there. But
he's Pontius Pilate right now. He wants to wash his hands of it. He's hoping and praying that the jury doesn't ask to see that video.
And that's why you go to a face.
What's he going to do if they ask to see the video?
But they're not sitting. They haven't been on TV for the last 2 weeks.
To get there though, you just can't. You can't just walk. Yeah. Like I understand we want to, but you just can't just walk in there, right? They have
how
to
do you know that?
The appellate court is tough to get into.
Because
have you ever tried?
In New York State, I've done it. In New York State, I've done it. In New York State, I literally walked across the street with a motion from Supreme Court to the appellate court, and you walk in there and you file your emergency motion. You get heard within a day or two. And you're seeking injunctive relief. It's not like something you have to sit on for weeks. Then you get at least injunctive relief, and they will be. And I'm sure the appellate division will be all over this immediately. And part of the injunctive relief is that you want a suspension of all jury deliberation until this issue is decided, because once the jury decides, it changes everything.
Two things right now. They can go right now and ask for that injunctive release right now, right? They can literally go right now and say, we want injunctive relief.
Do they know that? I'm not even sure it's clear.
The point is that I think, as a technical
Richard
matter,
seems like a second-tier lawyer.
With the defense is, I think, making the wrong argument, just the wrong legal argument. When the prosecutor is going around saying, well, it's not my fault, I don't know how this happens, the argument from the defense should be very simple. It is your job to give us all discoverable information, and you gave us information, and that information was incorrect. Now, I don't care who got it, how it did, what the magic words were. It didn't get to us.
He's right about Nate the lawyer, guys. This is not your high school book report. The prosecution, it is their responsibility to get you the evidence. Krause cannot blame Google. He cannot blame he cannot blame the Android phones. Who's he gonna blame now? Is he gonna blame Motorola or whatever the manufacturer of the phone is? He cannot blame the man in the moon or whatever. He keeps making excuses. He's supposed to provide the evidence. I don't know where he's coming up with. The email, I emailed it to her, and because it was coming from my iPhone to an Android, is he an expert witness? Because I'm not buying the bullshit he's selling. Let's see here. I mean, I'll use Schroeder's words. I was astonished when he tried to blame the emailing service for the compression of the video, the editing, the cropping of the video, the alteration of the metadata, the editing of the title of the video.
These crazy excuses that he clearly doesn't understand. Either he's just lying
Being generous.
Right, but at best he does not understand the technology that he's using, and he's may be in violation of one of the rules of professional responsibility, or at worst he's being absolutely malicious and trying to play the dirtiest of dirties against a defendant when his rights are on the line.
Phone might have
absolutely
compressed it.
abhorrent.
I think he was trying to take advantage of a judge that's already evinced a big time problem with understanding any
the
of this.
judge is gun shy
And the
about
phone might
granting
have
this
compressed it
motion.
is
You could
freaking
tell.
Crazy.
The phone did it.
Yeah,
it's basically the
whole
dog
other
ate my
idea
homework.
should be out.
The
whole
dog
other-
ate my homework.
Yeah.
Is
Go ahead,
this
Nate. Sorry.
excuse.
No, my own thing. I think if this judge wasn't scared of his job and scared of the media and scared of everything, he would throw this case out. I'm talking about and I think his hand has been shown with the media's treat me so bad. Look how they're portraying me. Look how they're portraying this case. If he didn't give a damn about the media, this case would be gone. But that's the reason why we're still living through this hell. And that's the reason why this kid's living through this hell, because he's too worried about his damn media coverage and not worried enough about justice in this case. And that's why this kid is still in jeopardy like this. Any other
He's
case
thinking,
would be gone.
look how much crap I got for a bingo tumbler and a joke about lunch, and now those big swings are off the table for him, period. That's how I see it, and I see him operating. And I really do think it was an admission where he's sitting there saying, well, they haven't asked for the videos yet. Maybe they won't. Okay, great, Judge.
The one other addendum that the defense did not remind the judge of, this precise discussion about sending exhibits back to the jury room was brought up during the charging conference. And the prosecution said that they had reviewed it with the Justice Department and other aspects, and that it would be reversible error in part for them to put that in. That's what Krause said. So Krause said, we can't go that path. The judges obviously forgot that took place. The defense at the time said, we need to follow the Supreme Court protocol on this, which is you don't send any videos back, period. The idea that only testimonial videos can be manipulated and back, that's ludicrous. This is worse evidence. This evidence is easier to manipulate. This evidence is easier to misunderstand, as the prosecution already has in this case. So they should have reasserted their objection as to all. The other problem with, they have some videos they don't mind. The problem is once you let the judge do that process as to any videos, it limits the quality and capability of your objection as to the other videos. Then it makes it look like I only want these videos that I'm nervous about not going back. You have to be consistent. You say the protocol is the protocol. It's been the protocol well established. It's, by the way, the other thing the prosecution did is they illicitly and unethically cited an unpublished decision in Wisconsin.
I did catch the unpublished reference.
Yes, what they could do is they could say, hey, judge, you made this ruling in this case, and then the only thing you can say otherwise is it was affirmed in an unpublished decision without citing the unpublished decision or anything further. They instead started talking about the unpublished decision being per curiam, and so that was unethical, unprofessional. The court's not supposed to consider it, and so just one more unprofessional act That was the $50.
Another unprofessional
sanction for referencing
another unprofessional procedure
They've been
taken.
trying to increase the automatic penalty for lawyers doing this. Now, some of us don't think they should be allowed to do unpublished decisions. I've been opposed to it from day one. If you have a decision, it should be published, period. No more hiding behind unpublished decisions where basically you're saying, you know what, the law's probably crap on this, or we didn't really do our job, and we don't know if the argument's good on this, so we just want to screw this guy, but we don't want to be held responsible for the legal principle we created. That's what unpublished decisions are. In the federal system, that's been constitutionally challenged, and they've had to no longer deny the right to cite unpublished decisions.
Well, as a
in the federal
concept, it's
system.
ridiculous, right? In
All right,
2021,
so they're going to
obviously
discuss
they're
the
published.
minutia there.
You can read them.
A question has come up in the chat about the Department of Justice bringing this case. Really, they can't, because the difference here is this is a local state issue, and the only way the Department of Justice would get involved, let's say Kyle hypothetically is acquitted on all charges, the only way you could have the feds get involved, they have to charge him on a different charge, and the only one that would be applicable is if they, basically think about hate crime laws, where you're saying that the defendant somehow violated the rights of his victims. It doesn't apply in this case because the victims are not members of a protected class. The defendant is white. The victims, with the exception of Junk Kick Man, who we're talking about a lesser thing, he was not actually hit with any bullets, but the victims in the case in chief are white. So there's no, they can't claim to be members of a protected class or to have been attacked for the reason of being members of a protected class. So really, there's no way for the federal government to insert itself here. So essentially, the bottom line on this is, if Kyle beats the state charges, as a matter of practicality in the real world, the feds really have no angle to inject themselves into the case on. Let's check the crowd outside, see what's going on the courthouse steps. Thank you, chat. I violated the judge's rule. I refer to them as victims.
What about This is the best weapon in the world. Your voice. Okay, but now, why hasn't that Rosenbaum been charged? You gotta ask yourself.
I would only think because he's deceased.
He's dead. No, the dude that got his arm shot off.
Well, you said Rosenbaum. He's deceased. That's
who
why he's
got
not
that
charged.
Gabe. Why isn't he charged?
Why should he be charged?
He had a gun. You just said that he was wrong for having a gun.
What? I didn't say he was wrong.
Anybody.
He was
illegal
to have a gun.
Okay, so why didn't he get charged? That's where I'm saying the system is broken.
But that's what you have to take it to the system here.
The system
right.
What's going on across the street?
See, like I said, it's getting silly out. Some conversations, and then there's some tension growing in other places. The police are right here. They're on top of it.
Yeah, Kenosha Police Department there.
They're in the middle of a conversation, and
What
they
channel
scuffle.
is this? I want to give credit to where credit is due to this live streamer. This is Snack Squad on YouTube. We've got an animated discussion here.
Touch my fucking camera.
A camera was touched.
Yeah, this motherfucker.
You can't allow that. You can't allow that.
Alright, the guy's gone to the cops. Does this guy think the cops are gonna help him? They don't want any part of this. There's two cops there and a bunch of BLM. They ain't gonna do anything.
One of the protesters on the steps had grabbed one of the news reporter's cameras. He grabbed this guy's camera.
someone who did not have an opinion on this trial until I was able to watch it for several days on TV. I do work second shift, so I got to go to work at like 5 o'clock. But at some point, I'm home every day during the day, and I've been watching this trial, and it's totally changed my opinion of what I thought of this trial after watching the trial. Because ultimately, as we all know, people say what they want. It comes down to whatever.
I wonder why the jurors might feel intimidated. I mean, look at the gauntlet you got to run just to get into the courthouse. This is ridiculous.
Hey, heads up. Hey, look out. Just don't want to be run over.
I'll pay for it. I said I'll pay for it. All right.
Can you tell us in the broken? Is there anything like that? Anything you want this guy to say? Tell us what's going on. How about a warning?
Nobody thinks there was anything wrong. Are you good?
I don't know if it is, but you can't have people punching photographers and cameras.
These gentlemen are offering to pay for the camera.
Can you go on the sidewalk so we're not impeding traffic?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you just come onto the sidewalk so we're not impeding traffic here?
It wasn't costing.
Service dog for him?
So you got to ask yourself.
Gotta go good. What just happened? So I wasn't live when everything happened. Went live super late on
Beautiful being
That's a good point, chat. Do they have any FBI drones up there taking any video?
What a shit show.
Wonder how many of these people will be at the riots later. Speculation that there's some glow in the darks in the crowd. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we've seen they've been at a lot of other events recently, so why not this one? Hello, fellow activists. Would you like to commit some direct actions today?
I really, it's just, I was like cringing standing there as the media just swarmed that, like, holy dude. Like the paparazzi, dude. Just standing there cringing. That was a big cringe moment right there. It's starting to rain. There's been light rain. There's no verdict yet. They're still deliberating.
I think I spy a commie flag. Is that a red commie flag I spy there on the courthouse steps? How do people unironically fly communist flags? Holy shit, Kenosha has a trolley! Look at that! I didn't know Kenosha had a trolley system. That's crazy! Kenosha has a trolley! That's a real small town. I gotta investigate this, guys. Hold on. I gotta check this out. Kenosha trolley. Kenosha electric streetcar. See you going right by the courthouse there in this video. There's an orange one. Yeah, it doesn't look like Kenosha's got the biggest downtown in the area. I mean, in the world. You can see the electric wire above it. There's the pickup. Shame a bunch of commies came and tried to burn it down last year. Alright, we've established that Kenosha has this. Alright, so just for my information, they actually have that. So we're at Snack Squad again, seeing a bunch of commies chant. Anthony and DePito.
We gonna take it to the street. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Hold it out.
Justice now. Justice now.
That's a good one. Anthony and Shomo. Oh, God.
The world is watching. Let's get loud.
Anthony and Shomo. That would be a great chant to start there.
Don't forget about home. Anthony and Shomo. 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 Justice for home. Anthony and Shomo. Justice for home. Anthony and Shomo. No justice, no peace. Who do we welcome, man?
What happened to the night with the Crusader the Crusader tabard? I don't see him anymore, unless he went across the street.
Always had class society. Look at China. Anthony and JoJo. Anthony and JoJo. Anthony and JoJo.
Putin's inner circle.
No
this guy's legit carrying a picture of Joseph Rosenbaum with the word hero over him. Joseph Rosenbaum, child rapist, hero. Unreal. Alright, so it is coming up on 3 p.m. in Eastern Time. You can see the outside protest is going strong. Courtroom is still not streaming right now. What are they saying on Riquetta Law?
Be alleged. I mean, again, that's an agent of the state, and that is knowledge. Whether or not the defense counsel actually knew about it, I think
There's
the knowledge of
no way a crime lab guy did that without a wink and a nod at a minimum from Krause.
Well, did you like
Right.
that? The slicing of the onion there, which was one of the last excuses, the 6th or 7th, which was, well, maybe it was the crime lab guy that did it. It's like, that's still you, Hoss. What are you talking
Exactly,
about?
you're responsible for the crime lab guy.
Imputed onto the state's counsel.
He's right.
Crime lab people don't do anything. They don't think that will look bad on the prosecution unless the prosecution told them
If
to
the
take
crime
that
lab
risk.
screws up, that's on the
There's just
prosecutor.
that doesn't happen. You don't see you might see a law enforcement lead agent maybe do this or that. You don't see crime lab people do that unless they think it's what the prosecution wants them to do.
I got this chat from Call Me Straws, says the system is broken, period. So what now? With the guilty verdict very likely on the horizon, I don't think that's actually the case. Or
I
a
don't think so.
compromise, which is possible. What is the next logical step? Law-abiding citizens' rights are now screaming at this, and we're told to just sit down and swivel. What solution is there for this? Well, for Kyle's solution, it's an appeal, and a very robust appeal.
Yep. I think
very
Kyle is
quickly
going
filed.
if he ever got
But,
convicted on
but
anything,
society
he's going to have
pending
an appeal.
Yes.
An appeal like
Well, see, unlike
you've
what
never
the
seen.
judge said earlier today, I think the solution is more of this: sunlight, sunlight, sunlight. Look at prosecutors. Look how they operate. Look at how this happens. Get those higher standards in place, because this is unacceptable. Like I said, I don't care how you feel about Kyle on this. You could be entirely in favor of saying that you think the evidence supports conviction of some kind. The way this has been handled should cause everybody to question
There are
this process.
multiple
And that's to
grounds
more transparency.
to overturn a
What's to
guilty
say that
verdict
Binger wouldn't
already.
do the same exact thing against any other defendant in Kenosha?
If
And
he's
has
going to
to
do it
out
when
all
he's
that
getting
sunlight.
Mr. Andrew, how art thou?
Hey guys, did I miss anything?
A little bit.
Gee, you think?
We were stalling for time here, waiting for you to get back.
I was doing a bunch of interviews, and I could see in my laptop next to me that stuff was happening. I guess I caught the gist of it, right? The prosecution explained away the drone video thing to the satisfaction of the judge, and the jurors are going to be shown some videos the defense does not find objectionable. Is that?
I don't think that
Not-
was
not
part of
quite
it.
accurate.
Part.
Okay.
As the first part, he said he wants to take testimony under oath and have expert testimony because the prosecution was not being credible as to their explanation as to how they accidentally sent the wrong video.
Accidentally.
But as to the second one, it was a split. The defense continued to object to some videos going back to the jury, but not all videos going back to the jury. And so
Right.
they're waiting for the jury what videos they request before crossing that second bridge.
Yeah, the first request was just preparation, apparently. And so the judge did have a statement that said, maybe I won't have to make any of these tough decisions.
That's what you always want to hear from a judge, that he's not really comfortable with the idea of making tough decisions. That's a good qualifier right there.
Meet
You're the
state
wrong
courts in
line of work.
America. Meet a lot of judges. They love to play Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, this is getting intensely messy, and the judge has a real predicament. If the jury just says, "By the way, we want to look at that drone footage," they're
not ready right now.
I don't even know. Again, no, you can't. We have to talk about it. Is the note they send back to the jury at that point? That's weird.
Well, and that's why they should be doing the fix now and not trying to say, hey, maybe they won't come
Exactly.
back for it. Try to get to a place where you know one way or the other what you're doing.
You know, maybe we should look at this. I'm sorry.
It would have been helpful if was possible to have known beforehand that video would play a major role in this trial. Could have settled all these procedures, maybe a couple days beforehand or something.
It is wild they had to go and figure out what the procedure would be like on the fly from the jury request.
Well,
I don't know what else
the
you're
jury
doing.
because it's clear in Wisconsin. They discussed it last Friday. Wisconsin is crystal clear. You don't get to send it back to the jury. That there's a lot of reasons for that. There's no case law from the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision is without a doubt. The only thing the state could cite is a decision that this judge made clear he's never agreed with that precedent. Mm-hmm. He's tried to counteract that precedent. But on Friday they said we don't want this to be the novel test case. Today the state does. Why? Because my guess is they're reading the same thing that other people in the courtroom are reading, which is that this is like about a 9-3, 8-4 acquittal jury, maybe even up to 10-2. And there are there are holdouts for conviction, and now they fit the attitudinal and other demographics from what information we've received that were risky jurors for them to pick in the first place. But again, the defense decided to not allow much of a jury selection team beyond Joe Ellen Demetrius, who's been pretending she picked the OJ jury for the last 30 years. Johnny Cochran picked that jury. She didn't.
I read she was an expert and picked it, Barnes. I don't know what
jury
you're
consultant.
I read that.
She helped pick the Scott Peterson jury that had bad jurors on it for Scott Peterson. She quit going high profile when she kept being part of high profile losing cases.
Barnes has
that were highlighted frequently by bad
burr up
jury
his ass
selection.
about that jury
she
expert.
was really picked for this case by David Hancock, who basically runs the defense, the security guy, is not a lawyer, because she will do what he wants her to do. She's not even been there in the room to give feedback on what's happening with the jury when they walk back in at key times during the trial and post-trial. This is a function of bad jury selection by the defense. But it is what it is. But now the judge sounds like, Andrew, he sounded much more game. I mean, how often have you ever heard a judge say, "I want to put a prosecutor on the stand and have expert witness testimony"?
I agree that
about
the
a
judge.
pretrial,
I
about a
think the
motion to
judge
dismiss
knows
with
he
I'll
fucked
believe
up.
it when I see it. I mean, he's already told the
thing
prosecution
is,
to his face,
he's
I don't
just
believe you acted
reluctant
in good faith,
to
which means it
pull
was
the
bad
trigger.
faith. But what was the
Gun
consequence?
shy.
Yeah, exactly.
He just waves it away. So
and that's why
he
you
gets
had
mad, he yells at them, he scolds them, and then they make up some BS explanation that he finds acceptable, and nothing ever comes of it. I mean, nothing that helps this defendant.
During this last deliberation, the judge was sitting there.
Say hello to Adam Krigler in the chat,
and
everybody.
Nick and others were saying this is a great chance for the defense to come in and hammer. Instead, what happens? Krause comes back and gets to whine some more, and then the judge goes the way Krause is whining. I mean, it's clear
Adam,
what his persona
I
and
sent you a
personality
DM if you
are.
want to jump on.
And yet the defense has not taken advantage of that and utilized that because I would have been guilt tripping.
I gotta agree here with Barnes. I think the judge clearly knows he screwed up. He screwed up. He knows he screwed up, and I think he's just shy to pull the trigger right now because there's no way this thing. He's got multiple avenues of appealing a guilty verdict on this. This evidence was clearly cooked up. You know, I forgot her name. I apologize. Is it Miss Chris? Was it Miss? I think it was Miss Chris. Spotted the metadata change. She pointed out the alteration of the title of the video. I think the judge just sees it. I mean, but I don't understand. He's hoping that the jury won't force his hand by asking to see the video. I don't know. It's just it just seems like he's hoping that they don't ask for it. It could be. I mean, as I sit here thinking about it, it could be that the judge is like he said, he's afraid. He keeps talking about the media said this, the media said that. He seemed like he was scolded by the Asian food joke seemed to have rattled him. Yeah, she kept saying millibyte. Obviously she meant megabyte. I'm not gonna kill her for that. She even caught herself a couple of times, so she knew the correct terminology. Still, I mean, you're the judge. How do you let this travesty go forward? Because if the jury asks for that, what are you gonna do? Stop the trial while you bring in defense experts and put the lawyers on the stand while you figure this out? I don't see how this goes forward, guys. it could. I mean, as we sit here and watch this travesty, think about it. You've got these people outside screaming through amplified sound. I'm just curious, can the jury hear the people screaming outside? Because if that's the case, how is that legit? Someone's got to explain to me, if the jury can hear this mob screaming outside, how is that not supposed to impact their deliberations? It's bad enough they're standing there, they're using amplified sound. I don't know. Someone needs to, I guess Schroeder needs to explain how this is going to hold. What are we looking at here? It's like phone footage. So I don't know what to make of the crowd issue. Because I don't know what the rules say about the jury intimidation. Because think about it, the whole reason that they sequester a jury when they choose to do so, and it's very rare. It's actually not the common thing to sequester a jury. But the rationale when they do is that the jury, they don't want them impacted by outside opinions on the case. They want to preclude intimidation. There's usually some kind of threat. You hear about it usually in organized crime trials. But what do you do when the organized crime is a mob outside of activists who clearly have done violence before, or at least people claiming to be affiliated with them, BLM and Antifa, last year when they burned, many buildings in the city? I don't know, guys. To me, but this is literally the front steps of the courthouse. So how do people go in and out of the court without seeing this mob? Let's see what they're saying live here.
We're all on board with that, Mr. Rittenhouse. You know what's happening?
They're back.
Any question about it at all?
No, Your Honor.
Any problem with this?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, while Attorney Wisco is preparing the computer, during this little break, we've done some more looking, and in terms of the drone video, I don't want to re-argue it, but I just want to state what happened. When Detective Howard obtained the video, he airdropped it to my phone, which is a lossless type procedure, or at least it didn't change anything. At some point, I emailed it to myself, which did not change anything. It has the file name, the long file name.
Oh my God.
I did ask Detective Howard to email it to me as well. Then it had the IMG file name that Attorney Wisco received. So somehow in this Detective Howard transmitting it to everyone, if it was emailed, it was compressed. If he airdropped it, it was complete. And that was not known by anyone until a few days ago on Friday.
Well, this may pass. They haven't asked for it yet. They wanted us to be ready, and of course we're not. But let's take a step at a time. And I just heard their bell ring, so perhaps they have something more of interest to us.
Another request from the jury?
If they do come back with question number 5 or whatever it is, whatever. you have talked about in great detail and length, and it's completely appropriate, the transparency of wanting this to be a fair trial and everything
Chat from
else.
Chile and Nogara. Sadly but truthfully, part of me wants another happening, aka
I'm
an
finding
innocent
that
verdict.
difficult.
So there's chaos.
in
You can
that
watch
one of the
live streams of the riots.
linchpins of the state's case was information.
May be a self-fulfilling prophecy at this point.
I'm just going to interrupt you long enough to have the material that we've agreed to go up. So if that's ready, Ms. Wisco, we'll have the bailiff take it up. They're ready for the video. I don't know.
Oh boy, the jury
But
just
let's
asked
send
for the
up
video,
with
guys.
Number 4, and then I will hear the rest of what you have to say about number 5. So is that ready to go up?
Video number
Yes,
4.
I'm having problems with setting it as the default because of the way that I sanitized the computer just now. So if we can go up with the note saying must play.
Send the
through.
note up. Have the DA look at it and make sure it's okay with them.
If you can make sure they plug the power cord in because the battery is low. It says must play all.
What if the jurors? What if all the jurors are boomers and don't understand how to work a laptop?
Question 4, it's coming up. Yeah, go ahead.
If you could please keep it open though, so then they don't have to log in.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Excuse me.
this is bogus.
It's no longer allergies. It's a cold. But go ahead.
We can tell Schroeder was sick since yesterday.
Yeah, there's no restriction on their use.
So, Your Honor, we were talking during the break, and the reality of it is, one of the main portions of the video, the thing that you watched, however many times you watched it,
More than half an hour.
on a video that we had the video, not the clarity and not the quality. I think that's been conceded.
Address
that
the
we didn't have
cropping and the editing for time.
we were talking about, we would have done this case in a little bit different manner if that was the situation, where we didn't have specific, and I want to say we didn't have the evidence because I don't think that's a fair way to say it, but we didn't have the quality of evidence that the state had until the case had been closed. On Friday, the parties had rested, and we were going to open our closings on Monday. We've talked to Mr. Rittenhouse, and I'm going to be asking the court for a mistrial based upon the fact that
He's asking for a
if
mistrial,
we're really
guys.
trying to get to the heart of it.
Finally.
We've watched the video. I can tell you what we think, but it doesn't matter what we think because we don't get to present that to the jury anymore. And I think if we're going to try to do this in a way that is free from
He just said
anybody
He's asking for a mistrial.
hiding anything, anybody not having the same evidence as everybody else has, where it is clearly a level, fair playing field, we have to ask for this, and I'm asking for it. We understand that it's going to be without prejudice. We understand that the state can redo this case if the court grants it. We understand they will do it again. But then I think we will all have the same information, the same quality of videos, and I think that is required in a case like this where he's looking at a life sentence, potentially without parole if he's convicted. And to not get that until the evidence has already been closed, that doesn't strike me as fair. So for those reasons, I'm making that request.
All right. I'm not going to invite the state to respond yet because the jury has not requested to see number 5, and it'll still have to be addressed because the jury saw it here in the courtroom. But
I'm sorry, Judge, but if I understand Attorney Trofsky's request, this is a motion regardless of what the jury is requesting.
I think we're making that request because it's been shown, it's been pointed out, and in fact, we didn't have access. And I'm at this point, I don't think me pointing fingers and doing that is going to be the end-all, be-all. I think what it is I can tell you, and I think the state can tell you, we got a compressed version, which was not of the quality that they had. We learned that Friday, after the evidence had been closed. We learned that when we tried to play the video, for Your Honor, and the state asked that their AV person be brought over to play their video, which was a higher quality. If this is a disorderly conduct or something, I get it. But we're talking about a potential life sentence here. So I'm making that request.
And again, I'm going to say that it has to be addressed if there's a guilty verdict on any degree on that count. Well, even perhaps on the others too. I don't know. It'll all depend on a number of factors. Then the motion will have to be addressed, but it doesn't seem to have the urgency right now until the jury.
Come on,
if and when
Judge.
the jury has
What do you mean it doesn't
5.
have the urgency?
That doesn't change the fact that they're making the motion, or that it could affect the case as a whole. But I'm not going to invite your response now until I know whether the jury wants number 5. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense, tell me.
I understand what the judge is saying, but why is
So,
he going to wait till it happens?
Let's have the state's response.
How are they going to tap dance around this, the state?
The defendant's first attorney, after he was charged
Oh,
with
here we
this
go
case,
with the first attorney shit
appeared
again.
on a interview, appeared alongside the high definition version of this footage. I understand he's gone through other attorneys since then, but the defendant himself would have been aware of it. His legal team would have been aware of it. Obviously, both sides have attempted to get it, and we were not able to do so.
What do you mean you couldn't? If you know Tucker Carlson's got it, you could have subpoenaed it, no?
We didn't know that until, I think, today.
Oh, no, don't say you didn't know.
We knew
Bullshit.
it was aired on his show. We didn't know that Fox News apparently purchased and has possession
Well, how
of
would
it.
they air the video unless they had it?
Tried to find the person who took the footage and who ended up being the person who came to our office with it.
Go ahead.
So this is not a video that was in possession of the state in any way, shape, or form.
Binger is feeding him the answers. He doesn't know any of this.
Was out there in the, I guess, on the internet and in the world in that regard. And I think we're focusing
just
on
said under that he knew
too heavily on, I guess, a technological glitch. And we should be focusing that this exhibit was played. The jury is asking to see an exhibit that they have seen.
Glitch excuse.
And that the defense saw when they were played in court. What's on my phone or my laptop or the defense's phone or laptop is of no matter. What matters is the exhibit. And that exhibit was played. It was not objected to. The authenticity was stipulated to. And the defense, I understand they didn't realize it till Friday, watched this exhibit. They watched it on a television set a few feet from them. They could have watched it on the monitors here. That is what matters.
How
that is what the jury
supposed to know
sees.
if they don't have the original to compare
That is what
it
they
to?
have seen. That they want to see it again is not prejudicial. It's not prejudicial in any way that the defense had a compressed version now. Obviously, they had seen or had a
You mean the
full
compressed version
at
that
some
you
point,
made?
possibly prior
Someone
to
on your team?
Attorney Richards becoming the primary attorney. But that is not the fault of the state. And the fact that that some technology compressed this file without anyone's knowledge until Friday is not the responsibility of the state.
Look at Binger.
And
Binger, he's writing
Defense
him a note.
Exhibit 41 has this video in it. So to pretend that somehow they're surprised
They
or
didn't know. They
didn't know
didn't
about
have
this
the video, you
they've
stupid.
tried to find it just as we did. We found it, and there was a technological glitch.
A technological
Or not a glitch,
glitch.
but I guess
That's the new
it worked in a
defense.
way that is designed that we were not aware of. And
Binger on the hot mic. They just had to cut it.
Exhibit
I'm telling
41
you.
not only has the drone video in it, which is the defense exhibit, it also has a circle around someone pointing the gun. As I said in my rebuttal, this did not seem to be a great issue until the defendant testified otherwise
until
on
they
the
found
stand.
out they didn't have the original
And
copy.
now all of a sudden, the defense is calling into question technology and not wanting videos in, and it's all to protect their client. And I understand that is their job. I'm not criticizing them for this, but their client lied about this on the stand is the state's position. There seems to be evidence to support the position that he lied on the stand about raising the gun. He was confronted with the exhibit. He denied it. The jury wants to see these exhibits, and I understand there may not be a final ruling on a mistrial until we see what happens or if it's even necessary. And they had their own expert that could have looked at this video, and I'm sure did look at this video. And
Binger, why don't you do the objection?
There were
your associate doesn't
questions
know
at the very beginning of the trial about, perhaps even before the trial, about the resolution of the FBI plane video, a whole different video. Their expert looked at that. I'm sure their expert looked at this. Their expert must have missed it, that it had been compressed somehow. This is not a resource we had available to us. And I believe the motion for mistrial is inappropriate. I don't believe it should be granted. And coming back to number 5,
there goes Binger again.
They're asking to see exhibits that have already been played, and with the exception of the image, exception of 155, were not objected to. And the court has said many times when the state has tried to raise these technological issues, well, there wasn't an objection. And we're asking for the same treatment now, that these were not objected to. The defense has had access to the exhibits. They've had access to the drive, that they didn't realize it and we didn't realize it till Friday. That there was some sort of difference is perhaps unfortunate, but they're also responsible for
Did Krause's draw blank? I'm telling you, Binger should do the objection. Krause is lost.
The state believes that we believe all exhibits should go back. Again,
not even the objection. He's responding to the motion.
I understand the court has concerns over the still image. I understand that might be in a little bit of a different category, but in terms of question number 5, and I'll just, while I have the floor, I'll just go through what they are.
Krause is
the
drowning.
FBI aerial with all person of interest marked. That would appear to be the defense exhibit that they neglected to mark and has now been accepted. The state also has one, which is Exhibit 25, which has
Binger wishes he could throw Krause a
Mr.
lifeline.
Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum marked, but not the Zeminskis. So I assume they mean the defense exhibit, but we could send both back or have them come down and view it, however we do that. The drone video is 73. That's the full unedited exhibit that's been in evidence now for over a week. The zoomed in still image, we all have talked about that and beaten that horse to death, so I'm going to skip that for now.
We've beaten
then
that
the
horse
full
to death.
event video in
Let's
regular
hand
and
wave
slow
it.
motion, that seems to be the drone video, as that is the only video of incident 1 that was played in slow motion, just as the only video of incident 2 in slow motion was Dr. Black's. So their expert video was submitted. Our expert video is, I believe this is actually 6 videos that they're asking for, which is the drone video. It's spliced out, so it shows the first third of the incident, the second third, and then up until the end of the shooting, and it's in regular and slow motion, and that's exhibits 581, 582, 583. I'm sorry, S81, S82, S83, S84, S85, and S86. And we believe that the jury should have full access to them. They should have full access in this room. And that's our position. I do not believe a technical reality, shall we say, or a technical
reality?
Unknown
what
technical
is that?
incident
Technical incident
should result in a mistrial.
Did he tell him not to use the word glitch anymore because it sounds bad?
How would we object to something we didn't know existed until it was over?
I didn't find that point particularly persuasive because.
How could
but
he?
Anyway,
it's impossible. So
this is a
impossible
railroad.
for us to do that. And
if they let that through.
I've been everybody in this room that's a lawyer has been a prosecutor. Your job is fairness and being a truth seeker. it's not debatable that it's not fair what happened. We can sit here all day and say it's been played. We didn't know there was another version. How is that reasonable?
Exactly. They deceived the defense, and the defense is supposed to be penalized?
That, there's a day of reckoning with respect to these things. My feeling is I had my qualms, and I decided, well, I'll let the jury hear it.
Focusing on the judge. He's almost there, guys.
I think I made the comparison the other day of the breathalyzer, where the officer doesn't have to be familiar with how the breathalyzer
He's almost
does the
there,
analysis.
guys.
But that's a device that has been sanctioned by the courts, and I just don't think we're at that place with this, and particularly if they've got evidence. I didn't see that in your motion about the manual.
We've learned it since I filed the motion.
Well, if they've got the manual, I don't know. It may be. I forewarned you.
I forewarned you. He's almost there.
I've let it in, and my view on it now
He's nearly there, guys.
Where we are,
Say it.
We might as well follow through with it.
Say it.
If they've got everything correct and it's reliable,
say it.
Then
Mistrial.
they won't have a problem. If it
Bang
isn't,
the gavel.
It's going to be ugly. All right.
I would just note that the defense, I'm assuming they were paying attention to the trial, would have known on Monday when Detective Antremian testified that version was different.
We're going to talk about it later because I've made the decision. I'm going to play. You've suggested that it be played here in the courtroom under whose provision? And
this becomes the deliberation room for that portion as they watch the video.
I'm going to be in the room with them.
The same people that are in the room with them now.
Well, why come down?
Come on, Judge.
Going to be looking at,
you can do it, Schroeder.
Are you saying that they come down and hear it with all of us in here?
No, I'm saying everyone leaves.
Okay, well, why not just leave them up there?
Because the screen, watching on the screen that...
I got you.
And that goes... The problem we're talking about on 5 early is the request 5.
Yeah.
We're talking about the problem.
The last word you said.
The problem we're talking about on request 5 is on the front end so far, and it goes to the same thing with that television, adding the pixels on the back end. So now they're looking at it on a computer upstairs, and I don't know why they're not looking at this on a computer. Meaning 5. I put my hand on request 5.
Technical reality, technical incident, glitch.
And how many times? One time? Is that what you said?
I didn't know. I think just as they're... No, I think they should be free to look at it as much as they'd like.
That would be my bias, frankly.
But
we've got the law that you cited the Anderson case. I have ruled in the past, and I'll rule again. The Anderson case is not applicable to images of the event, only to like statements and that types of thing. So, but I'll hear you out.
Judge, I'm relying on the Supreme Court of this state's case. I understand that you're separating them, and I'm just here to tell you that we object to it being played over and over. What I've learned from your case with the videotape or the cassette tape and Anderson, both of those cases talk about not there being an overemphasis on specific parts of evidence.
Possibly overemphasize video.
All right,
something.
don't bark.
Unless
it's the wrong tree to bark up.
if
The
it's
judge
not an
is not
video,
compelled by
I suppose
this
then you
argument.
wouldn't. But then you're
focus on the other shit that he's
overemphasizing when you
almost
see it
there
the
on.
first time.
That has been the concern of the court in having
Come on,
them
seriously.
when I
You've
say
got
that,
him on the
having the
ropes on
jury
the other
have
thing. Push
just
the other thing.
unfettered access to it. In Anderson and in I think it's Franklin, that was part of the concern in both cases.
And I will repeat, I think it's the fact that we have to censor what the jury
Exactly.
uses to decide.
He's not going to give you that about the number of times they could look at a particular
Give
exhibit.
them the power. It has to be censored by the judge. That's really insulting. So I certainly, I'm not going to say there aren't cases where a jury could overemphasize something, but for me to say, well, there's a video that is purportedly an accurate depiction of what happened, and you can only look at it so many times, I'm not going to do that. So they know the risk, and they've assumed it, and so they can watch it. They'll do with it as they see fit.
So I understand they're ruling the videos. We do not object if the zoomed-in image is not sent with them. 155.
Battery 60%.
To confirm.
I mean, come on. Why doesn't Binger handle this the motion then? If he's going to be feeding.
Should we put it on a drive and send it to the jury, or are
Kraus.
they coming down here?
Why don't you give them a drive, because then they've already got the clean computer to work with to put it on a drive. And then they'll come down here, and presumably they know how to work it, or if they haven't told us they can't. They can come down here, and they can operate it from wherever they're comfortable, and we'll all clear out of here. And okay.
I will work on that.
Okay, you confer and come up with an agreement to which you object. A working agreement to which you object. Now let's do the case of the state against Emmett Zier.
All right, guys, bear with me a minute. I'm trying to arrange for our surprised guest. Let me see if I can work this like a boomer. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, I can hear your call. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
I can. How's it going, man?
Pretty good. We're live right now, so just to let you know.
I know, I've been watching you.
Let me switch to get this off push to talk.
Yeah, I've been watching your stream.
Well, we have a situation now where they just motioned for a mistrial. The defense.
Yeah. How do you feel about it?
I don't see how this doesn't get to a mistrial, because there's multiple issues here.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that's the appropriate and final end of it, though?
Well, in this case, it wouldn't be, because the mistrial that they're asking for would be with prejudice.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to go through this all over again, and it's clear that the state would try him again.
Hmm.
But what they did with the video is unacceptable, and what the state is, the excuses they're giving. Have you been watching the last hour?
Not that long. I've just been sat down for like 10 minutes watching your stream, watching them haggle over it, basically.
All right, so let me give you a proper welcome. Obviously, I'm sure most of you know who this is. This is Carl Benjamin, a.k.a. Sargon Akkad. I think he should require no introduction if you're watching my stream. Probably there's a large overlap between our audiences. But, so what I'll bring you up to speed. In the last hour, they've been arguing. I'm sure you're aware of the blurry video, the so-called hocus pocus.
I am. Yep. They'd sent them via an Apple phone or something, and the problem was that the defendants didn't have an Apple phone.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that this is not the case, because as the defense lawyer pointed out, in addition to the resolution changing, the title of the video was altered.
Oh, really?
The sides of the video are cropped. Well, they haven't pointed that out, but this is me, and obviously those in the chat have noticed this. The sides of the video are cropped. You could see, for example, a guy on a bicycle in the high-def video.
Mm-hmm.
The back tire of that bicycle is visible only in the doctored video. I'll
Right. So it's definitely been manipulated.
Yes. Also, the length of the video is different.
Oh.
And the metadata saying when the video was created is also different.
Right. So lots of differences, demonstrable and incontrovertibly provable.
So the defense was only provided with the high definition quality video, which in addition, Miss Wisco, I think that is her name. She is the lady that sits at the defense table.
Mm-hmm.
She pointed out that the data from the drone that shows the information like the altitude, the longitude and latitude and all that, that was also missing from the version that they were provided. So clearly they were not provided this key piece of evidence, which the prosecution seems to be using as the linchpin of their case to claim that Kyle provoked the whole thing by pointing a gun. But they were not.
So, I agree that the prosecution's obviously playing funny games, right? And obviously not acceptable, blah, blah, blah. However, it kind of worries me that this will be the thing that sinks the trial, because at the end of the day, everyone knows Kyle's innocent. Everyone knows he was the one being attacked and he defended himself. Like, the video evidence is crystal clear. Everyone's seen it. Like, the jurors apparently aren't even like debating that. They're debating what's the damage going to be if we exonerate him. Because that seems to be like the real question, which shows that this is a deeply political issue. And this isn't really about justice anymore. Now this is about whether the leftist mob that's drummed up by the media is going to cut a swathe through Kenosha for the second time in 2 years. And that's the real issue, isn't it? And so, like, really, you should be demanding that they come out and be like, look, Rittenhouse is innocent. You know he's innocent. Do this. You've got to pull off the plaster, the Band-Aid, sorry, sooner rather than later. If they do something, then you've got the National Guard there. Just do what has to be done,
We have a super chat directed towards you. Sargon, you brought me into this world. This is from version 135. Sargon, you brought me into this world, 7 years ago or something. Thanks. I missed This Week in Stupid.
Well, V's doing it now, and he's doing a very good job as well. So you can always go watch his version. Obviously, I've got loads of seats going on, so I can't do it. But no, he's doing a very good job. But thank you, and I'm so sorry that politics has come for us. I didn't want this to be the case.
Well, the other thing, the mob that you reference is actually outside the courtroom as you speak. There's already a leftist mob on the steps.
Yep. But the rule of law demands that the trial be held fairly, even if a bunch of thugs are going to try and intimidate people. It has to be done.
It seems to me, and I've made this observation in the last half hour or so, that the judge knows and feels that there should be a mistrial, but it seems like he's
scared.
Afraid.
Yeah,
exactly.
He's scared. They're all scared. And it's obvious that they're all scared as well, which is terrible because that's the state of justice in your country. The left-wing mob is literally ending the rule of law in the courtroom. Like, it's one thing for a group of them to be on the streets running around rampaging so it's not safe to go out, blah, blah, blah. But then if you can't even get justice after the fact from the institutions, then fuck me, man. Like, you may as well just raise the hammer and sickle.
That's the thing. If this were, say,
imagine if this were right wing,
judge, exactly, where
or just a right wing person or something like that. It's like, fucking hell, this would be so totally different.
They would drive for the result they want, and consequences be damned.
Yeah, but the thing is, rightly so, to be honest. Like, in that case, it would be absolutely right. Like, look, it shouldn't be down to the anger of a mob as to whether Rittenhouse gets justice or not. End of story. And everyone knows that's true. So,
and I also think it's. I was kind of laughing because you did was it maybe a week or two ago on one of your it was a clip of your Lotus Eaters podcast where you just, I think, absently said the left torpedoes, the left torpedoes, the left torpedoes.
Oh no, that was a chat I had with Don the Pleb last year, I think it was, and that clip seems to have gone rather viral. Everyone seems to have understood. Yes, well, they are, aren't they?
But
because they are.
It's just been confirmed over and over. And again today, they're outside the courtroom holding up signs of Rosenbaum, the multiple child rapist, and it says hero.
Yep. But the thing is, okay, so you've got to remember, that's not them endorsing him as a hero for being a pedo, right? In their worldview, he's not a pedo. in their worldview, none of these things happened because remember, like they're subject to a very carefully curated set of information, and in that information, he's never done anything wrong. He probably doesn't even have a criminal record in their view, right? So, as far as they're concerned, you're telling lies about a very innocent boy, even though his criminal record would say otherwise.
They're saying no. Was it justice for JoJo? And someone in the chat, I guess, came up with their own chant, "Justice for Chomo." Or something.
Who's Chomo? I don't know that.
It's slang for child molester.
Oh right, okay. Well, I mean that is basically the chant at this point. It's gross watching them in bizarre defense of such terrible people. Notice how all the left's heroes are just absolute scum.
Well, it has just come out today that they believe they've identified these infamous jump kick men.
Yeah, a guy who's been in the system for a long time. What a shock.
It would seem that Kyle Rittenhouse fired on 4 members of BLM and Antifa, and all 4 of them have a violent criminal record going back.
I mean, I would put money on the fact that the only person in that entire situation who didn't have a violent criminal record was Rittenhouse himself. I bet if you could identify and investigate every single one of those people, they've all got criminal records.
I mean,
it's not their first riot, you know.
Grosskreutz himself, we learned that his criminal. This was so shady. He had been arrested for a DUI in October, and that case was dismissed 6 days before he testified in this case.
Really?
He himself was in front of a judge. Had they not done that, and he took the stand in this case, his entire criminal history would have been admissible.
Wow, that's very interesting. And has the defense brought up Rosenbaum's criminal history? Just out of interest.
They were not allowed to.
Oh, really?
Prior criminal history cannot enter into the trial unless it's like directly relevant, like you did basically the same exact thing.
Well, surely Anthony Huber's is relevant because he was a violent psychopath.
Doesn't apply. I mean, the
how doesn't that apply?
The window is so narrow.
God damn.
Essentially, the prosecution would have had to have themselves brought it up, opening the door. There's a rule. It's basically if they say he's a good boy, and then you can refute it.
Wrong. Yeah.
They walked up to the line, but they never came out and said he's a boy of good character. He could never do this.
That's frustrating because Huber was obviously a violent maniac.
Well, he held a knife to his brother's throat and threatened to burn down his grandmother's house.
Yeah. And so, he obviously is someone who gets into lots of fights throughout his life and deserves everything he gets.
Well, the other thing it was Jump Kick Man. Jump Kick Man, I speculated it was inconceivable why he had not come forward after a year. To bask in the glory, be a left-wing hero, and monetize it. And a couple of days ago, I gave a stream and speculated, well, he must be a fugitive or have a warrant for his arrest. And lo and behold, he has a criminal history going back 20 years and was out on
Imagine
probation.
My shock. It's totally predictable. I mean, again, the kind of people who would do the things they did are the kind of people, well, end up.
Oh, his tale gets even better. As of November 16th, which was yesterday, he is now incarcerated in the Kenosha Sheriff's County Jail. Then being held without bail. They don't specify why, and then coincidentally, the system that you use to check on people if they're locked up was down for maintenance yesterday. It just came back up today.
There's just so many weird coincidences going on, isn't there? Well, of course, today of all days. Why wouldn't there be?
Well, the thing too is, all the independent live streamers were taken down on the day they made the closing arguments. And
isn't that wild as well?
Well, here's the thing. I was streaming. I didn't even realize it. My chat is saying "rip F the chat." I mean, F the stream.
Oh, yours got taken down as well.
Yeah, I got it. I got an email about 30 minutes later from YouTube saying it was a copyright violation.
Really? Whose copyright?
Well, that's the thing. It's impossible for it to be copyrighted because it's a government-created content.
It was the court stream, right? yeah.
And it gets better. I don't have a copyright strike. You know, the normal thing they send you, if you want to trim this out of your video or mute it or whatever. I got none of those. Yet somehow I got a magical copyright takedown.
Really makes you think.
Well, obviously, Raketa Law, you know, he's been streaming this. He had
he's been killing it.
70, 80,000 viewers at the time. He has apparently a YouTube, what do they call it? Your account manager.
Oh, yeah.
So I guess he sent several angry emails to this person, and they got back to him, and they said, I believe, a day later, you know, after damage is done.
Yep, not newsworthy, don't worry.
And they tell him, oh, it was a glitch. This famous glitch excuse. System
Oh.
glitch.
Oh, Nick, well, sorry to tell you, it was just a glitch, buddy. Don't worry about it.
But this system glitch apparently didn't affect CNN, MSNBC, PBS.
Oh, never does. Never does.
Just the independent voices.
Yeah.
Hey, I've been meaning to ask, because I haven't really looked into it. There was a story on your side of the pond about a taxi that exploded that somehow turns out to be a taxi of peace.
Well, that's a very interesting question. Why would a taxi just randomly explode in the middle of a Liverpool hospital? So, in 2014, something like that, a Syrian refugee, quote unquote, came to Britain and tried to gain citizenship here. He was refused, and so he seems to have claimed to have converted to Christianity at a local Anglican cathedral, and he still was refused for his asylum application. And so the other day he decided he was going to try and suicide bomb that cathedral in the middle of Remembrance Sunday services. So there'd be thousands of people around, etc., etc.
Would that be Veterans Day, what you call it there?
Yeah, it's what you call Veterans Day, in honor of World War I. And he couldn't get there because of the traffic, and so he told the taxi driver, okay, take me to the women's hospital, and it blew up in the car park. It didn't kill anyone but the terrorist. Not stereotypically Christian, in my experience. More of the Islamic persuasion. Most of the time, these things happen.
He did not shout "Christ is great" or anything like that.
He didn't shout "Christ is King" that we heard. So all I'm saying is, I'm skeptical of his devotion to Christianity. Maybe it was something else, because the Christians don't believe that if you murder people, you go straight to heaven. So I'm just saying I don't know, because obviously the guy's dead, so who knows? But I'm not completely on board with his claim of converting to Christianity without any kind of reservations.
Well, the other story that I normally would have been all over and covered that I haven't, maybe you have, is the situation at the Polish border with Belarus.
Oh yes, we've covered this as well, actually.
I mean, if that is not the little images I've seen, it literally looks like an invasion.
Well, it is. That's
you
why.
have the Polish military,
yeah,
with a fortified, almost like a World War I style barbed wire line.
Yeah,
and then
but it's not the first time that Middle Easterners have tried to invade Poland. Probably won't be the last, but I don't think they're going to be successful, because, as Polish told Tucker Carlson, we're a serious country. They're going to defend their sovereignty. Belarus and the Russians are trying to destabilize the EU.
One wonders if they have any hussars in the Polish.
Well, I'm sure they've got plenty in museums, and what's stopping them from dusting them off? Frankly, and just sending them down there and sorting them out, good old-fashioned Polish way. I don't think the Poles are going to capitulate on this at all, obviously, and good for them. They're going to keep the Middle Easterners out, and they're all a bunch of chancers. Obviously, they don't deserve to be in Poland or Germany, which is where they're trying to get to, because the Germans will give them money, the Poles won't. And yeah, I don't think the Poles are going to allow it. I think they're going to be quite firm on the issue, which is fantastic. And yeah, so it's probably going to end up with people getting shot. And when they do, just know that it's Russia and Belarus's fault, and the migrants themselves, obviously, for coming when they weren't allowed to come, and not the Polish fault, who just said, you're not allowed in, these are our borders, we legally get to decide who crosses them, and we've decided against you, so stop.
But I noticed that the EU doesn't seem to like this. They make a lot of noise, but there's no actual consequence, and Poland seems to know that.
Well, the migrants.
No, I mean the Poles. They normally see the EU says no, you have to accept this number of migrants. What are you doing? And the Poles just say no, and I kind of like that about them.
Oh, me too. So did we, incidentally. We took something like 2,000 Syrian migrants or something. It's a really small number. But the difference with this, though, is that the European Union has finally gotten wise to the spontaneous flows of migrants are actually not very spontaneous and are actually.
I mean,
wait,
Belarus,
this is
they practically advertise.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at a map, you've got to go through Russia to get to Poland and to get to Belarus. And of course, they didn't go through Ukraine. Why? Well, it's safe to assume because the Ukrainians hate the Russians and don't intend on cooperating with them. The Belarusians are obviously deeply within the Russian orbit. So it seems that this is a tactical maneuver by the Russian government and by the forces around the world that would like to see the EU unstabilized. Now, I'm all for destabilizing the EU, but at least at this point, the EU's realized this is part of an organized plot against them, and are actually standing with Poland in this, of all things. So, good news on that front, I guess.
Well, speaking of historical conflicts, I've noticed that on the Lotus Eaters, you have this regular feature that you do with, forgive me if I can't remember his name, he's the older fellow that shaves his head, where you go over like things like, recently you've been doing the 100 Years' War, you've been covering.
Oh, Bo, the historian, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Bo.
The older fellow? Oh, I'm going to tell him that. It's going to break his heart.
Well, he's older than than say Callum.
Yeah, but he's only like 40. He's not like
well,
ancient.
I'm probably around his age, so you have this feature, and I'm loving it because it's like, how often do you get to hear about the 100 Years' War?
Oh man, the 100 Years' War series was great. I did a stream with Lou Levi the other day, and he's like, look, I'll subscribe if you admit that the English were the villains in the 100 Years' War. It's like, well, duh. I mean, we were invading their country. You know, of course we were.
You're talking about Agincourt and
oh, yeah.
Battle of Poitiers.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, I bring this up because assuming at some point you conclude the 100 Years' War coverage, are you going to go on to cover things like the Siege of Vienna with the Polish Hussars?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not any particular chronological plan with it or anything like that. We're just, you know, anything that we've been reading and we find interesting, we'd like to talk about, we just talk about it. And we got kind of just sucked down the 100 Years War rabbit hole for like 5 episodes because it was fun, basically. And it's worth exploring how the English managed to get such significant victories over the French as well, because there was nothing wrong with the French soldiers as soldiers. You know, they're very good. But yeah, I mean, I've got no doubt at some point we'll be doing was it the War of like the Sixth Coalition or whatever it is, the Holy League or something like that against the Turks. Definitely worthwhile going through, and it's probably worthwhile pointing out why the Eastern Europeans don't like Islam, because there are a lot of obviously Americans who see the Eastern Europeans and go, oh look, white people. I mean, yes, obviously they're white, but like, what does that mean? Not much. It doesn't mean oppressive colonizers, you know, which is the leftist characterization of what a white person is. What it means is oppressed by Muslims for hundreds of years in very, very barbarous and brutal ways. And so, you know, I think they're entitled to have a skeptical view of Turkey in
I
particular.
don't think people realize the etymology of the word slave comes from Slav.
Well, only people who have read a book. A lot of people who have just been indoctrinated by a leftist professor have absolutely no idea that white people have ever suffered any kind of injustice or oppression in their entire history at all. But again, just the characterization of the term white people, it's a bit of a misnomer. Because again, outside of the colonial context, it doesn't really have any effect. It doesn't, like, you know, if you come to Europe and say white people, they'll be like, what do you mean? What, Germans? You know, like they don't know, and it's too non-specific. It's like going to Africa and saying, yeah, well, I mean, there was, you know, the black people. It's like, what, the Nigerians? You know, no, I mean the Ugandans. You know, they're nationalities. Like races are not nearly as important over here. Nationality is way more important in the old world.
Well, the reason the Hussars and that whole narrative always fascinated me is because it kind of reminds me a little bit of the Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, where you have the Rohirrim come ride to the rescue of Gondor, and this is like a real life example of that, and you rarely see that in history where one nation goes to so much trouble to save another one. I mean, Vienna is not part of Poland.
Now, in the defense of those people who will start getting cynical, the Turks were a threat to all of Eastern Europe. So, yes, they were definitely riding to Vienna's aid, but they were also protecting themselves, and no one would think that wasn't the case as well.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I guess I would hope you guys cover in the future would be the Cromwell. There's
Yeah.
And there's so much that I didn't know about. I didn't realize Cromwell invaded Ireland.
Oh yeah, brutally, but not any more brutally than anywhere else at the time. Like, don't get me wrong, obviously, sacking a city is never pretty, but like, cities got sacked all the time in the 16th, 17th century.
That was essentially how the soldiers got paid.
Well, yeah, a lot of ways it was, and like, it wasn't a uniquely cruel injustice. I mean, like, it's always bad when a city's sacked, and lots of cities have been sacked. So I do think it's a bit overblown, but I mean, that's not to try and downplay how awful it would have been. It would have been awful. So, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like Cromwell was a good guy or anything, but
I mean,
think
on
400
the
years
whole,
later, get over it.
I'm not sure you could paint Cromwell black and white.
Exactly.
Both sides to me had their problems. I'm speaking as someone who, I mean, this is not something I've studied deeply, but it seemed to me in most medieval warfare you have guys versus guys. I'm not sure that most medieval conflicts are good versus evil. This isn't even medieval. This is
well, yeah,
century.
Yeah, 17th, early 17th. Yeah, I mean, there's no point saying good versus evil in a context like this, because it's like, well, everyone is out for themselves, basically. There's every nation has got their conspirers and their graspers, and they're all looking to improve their position, because this is like medieval Europe, right? You've got a lot of very long established polities that are in competition with one another, and well, what are you going to do? It's just the way things were.
Well, my main fascination with that whole thing was because I actually tie the foundation of the United States to the English Civil War, because it's out of that experience you get the writing of the book Leviathan, which I think was an influence on the founders. That whole Scottish kind of outlook on republicanism.
Well, it's English as well. Like, America is the experiment in English republicanism that succeeded. So but there's a whole intellectual sort of movement, beginning about with Sir Francis Bacon, that sort of sweeps Western Europe in the 17th century, that is rationalistic and wants to remake the world and make the world a better place for man to live in. And it's, noble goals, because at the time there was a lot of suffering. And this kind of metastasized through the French Revolution after looking in awe at the English revolutions, at the Civil War, the Glorious Revolution of 1688, and the American Revolution, with total envy and being like, okay, well, we want the freedom that the English have. And then they were like, yes, so that means abolish God. That means that abolish everything. All of history and tradition is a form of oppression. And
sounds familiar.
Yeah, exactly, right? And yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, your wokists are enacting their own little version of the French Revolution. And so you get people like Edmund Burke writing, going, what are you doing? We in England have not done any of the horrible things that you've done. Why are you doing this? And they're like, well, we want to be free. And he's just like, well, how is this freedom? What's freeing about any of this? You're just barbarous at this point. And he's not wrong. They were barbarous.
I think it's ironic, though, that eventually, after experimenting with all that, the English just said, you know what, maybe we should just have a monarchy again.
Well, you've got to understand what monarchy means in England. It doesn't mean the same thing as elsewhere. I've been working on, I'll give you a very brief overview of a project that I'm working on, which is the difference in the nature of the English revolutions and constitutions to the continental ones, especially the French one from the French Revolution, there's a huge difference in framing. It's what they are trying to achieve. And in the French Revolution, they've invented a doctrine called the rights of man. And there's a philosopher called Michael Oakeshott who's just like, there's no such thing as the rights of man. What the rights of man are, from the French perspective, are in fact the rights of Englishmen as categorized in England. And all they're doing is looking across to England and saying, well, that's what we want. These must be for all men. And it's like, not really. They were actually totally parochial. It was just, whenever they say the rights of man, what they mean is the rights of Englishmen. It's like, okay, but you're not in England. The difference is that all of the English constitutional innovations, and you can look literally right back into the mists of time, talk about ancient inherited liberties, as in these things that were not innovated, they were not discovered, they were just within the Anglo-Saxons since before time began.
Well, that's
as
a
far
bad
as
word. You just said Anglo-Saxon.
What's wrong with that?
There was a controversy here when remember the Anglo-Saxon law that was proposed.
Oh, yeah, by Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Okay, well, over here, Anglo-Saxon just means sort of proto-English tribes. It's not controversial. It's
of course,
historical. I mean, we are the Anglo-Saxons, so it wouldn't be controversial to us. Yeah. So the point being, like, these ancient liberties, and you can see it in like Magna Carta, you can see it in the Petition of Right, and all of these things where they're not innovating anything new. What they're saying is, we want a restoration of our ancient liberties. Ancient liberties and customs is the term. And it's interesting how, like, Burke points this out in his reflections on the French Revolution, saying, I don't know where this innovation of the rights of man and all this bollocks you're coming up with is from, but we haven't innovated anything. And it's hilarious because he's like, look, you guys in France call the English a dull and sluggish race, but look at us. We haven't fucked up like you have. You would profit from our example of not doing anything new and not learning anything and just continually relying on tradition. And the thing is, he's totally right. The English assumption is like, oh, well, we're a free people because we don't have arbitrary and tyrannical kings, because our kings don't have absolute power, and therefore you're free, which you are, and all we need is constitutional protections to show that, to say, well, look, the freedom is within us. We don't need someone else's approval. This isn't something we're innovating. And the French had no fucking idea what we were talking about.
Well, it's kind of ironic, too, if you think about it, because we have these arguments between the left and the right, or authoritarians and I guess classical liberals, and then you have to understand that much of the rest of the world doesn't care, or if they even were aware of it, is laughing. China has 1.5 billion people, and I assure you they're not concerned about what we could concerned about with inherited rights, restoring our ancient rights. It's like China's concerned about power.
Well, yeah, absolutely, but. The point is, though, like in America, the Democrats are the French and the Republicans are the English. The Republicans think the rights are inherent within you. The Democrats believe that the rights constructed and can be innovated upon. And that's the reason that they are just shredding your republic. A bunch of Frenchies have taken it over.
Well,
sorry.
The thing is that we brought that stuff over from France, but then I have to apologize because it seems like you guys, it went back across the pond and now you've got it over there.
Yeah, we're also infected with the lurgy. That's correct. The social justice French lurgy.
Oxford and all your elite institutions are just as woke as ours.
Yeah, it's gross, and it's a genuine embarrassment as well, because the thing is, they know better, and everyone knows that they know better, and yet here we are. We're still discussing slavery in the Deep South.
Which has no relevance in the English context.
But even then, let's say it did, right? And they can be like, wow, but the British Empire has slavery. Okay, fine, yeah, it did. I mean, everywhere had slavery. Is that remarkable? Not really. The remarkable thing about it is that we didn't have slavery prior to colonialism. That's what's remarkable. And the fact that we ended it afterwards, that's even more remarkable, because why would you go against such a profitable trade? Well, the answer is Christian morals, which what they don't want to talk about. You can thank your local Christian for the end of fucking slavery.
These people that think that the United States is like just soaked in slavery, I will point out it's the only country that had a massive and destructive war to end it, where 600,000 people died.
Yeah. I mean, it was horrific, and yet it was moral necessity. People what was Franklin's petition against slavery is the most deeply Christian thing you'll ever read. Like, it's so obvious this is coming from genuine moral sentiment, and so this attitude of, oh well, and the attempt to try and frame it, oh well, it was just in their interest, and the way they try and frame it is, oh well, industrialization made slavery unprofitable. You're fucking right. You already own all these people who are already working. Why would you change anything? You did it because you needed it to be done on a moral basis. It was wrong for it not to be done. That was what it was.
I always say to people whenever they say, well, you're afraid to discuss the racist past and all this and that. And I'm like, well, there's obviously that was bad. But again, I will point out that the reason slavery is largely over in most of the civilized world is because the Western world itself ended it.
Yes.
I'm aware of no other civilization that ever ended slavery.
No, and what's more is that we had to coerce other civilizations into giving up slavery as well. And it comes from those white Western Enlightenment principles as well.
I guess.
Yeah. It does.
Because it still exists today, and I guess you could call the Islamic world its own civilization. It still exists there.
Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah, totally. And you are right, it does exist there, and it is its own civilization.
I mean, in China, they have effective slavery. I mean, what do you call the people working in sweatshops, that are prison labor?
Well, I mean, China's a fascist state, so pretty much everyone's a slave in China. They've got a very narrow band of freedom.
It looks like the trial is coming back.
Oh, really? Okay. Do you have a link that I can, do you ever watch together or something like that? Or?
How does that work?
If you go to watch together, you can put a link in, and we can just watch it.
All right. Let me get the link.
And you can pause it whenever you want and stuff like that.
And watch me boomer this up. Where's the watch together? I've never used that on Discord.
Just send me the link. And when you create a watch together room, I'll join the room.
Oh, share your screen.
Sure, I'm just going to tell them what's going to happen.
I'm not sure if I'll hear the noise,
the
the sound.
Then everything's got to be shut down. Okay.
Let's see here. Live Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I shared the screen, but see if you hear it.
No, I can't hear anything.
Well, I did send a link.
I can't see a watch together link. I can see a link to the YouTube.
Would I click on your name? As I go through a boomer moment here.
It's all right, take your time.
I can't find the watch together link. Tab.
Okay, you want me to play some music? Yeah, autumn leaves and autumn leaves start to fall.
There must be one in there.
Huh? They can stay because they're still making a recording, but or live. I don't know. But anyway, they're okay. But only until when we leave, they leave.
Stop that. Oh, I'm stumped.
Well, shit.
Let me see here. Fortunately, they have not started talking yet. They're just standing around waiting for the jury.
That's something, I guess. So what do you think is going to happen?
I think the likeliest scenario is some kind of mixed verdict where they find him perhaps guilty of the reckless endangerment charge on, say, Richie McGinnis, the reporter, because he can't claim self-defense on that directly. Or if they want to cop out and avoid the wrath of the mob, convict him on, these lesser included offenses like, say, manslaughter.
All right, folks. You're here in respect to your request number 5, and what's going to happen is, I think it's all queued up, and all you have to do is press the right button, and you can view the material as much as you like.
Best I could do is give you a link to the same YouTube channel I'm watching.
It'll be your call.
Yeah,
you can discuss it.
Should be relatively
you'll
the
have
same.
Complete freedom of
is that this
privacy,
Yahoo Finance
because we're all
Yeah.
going to be out of here, and we've already done a check to make sure there aren't any kind of devices that would pick anything up. Then when you're done, there'll be a bailiff outside this door, and just knock and advise the bailiff that you're done, and then you can return to the jury room. Any questions?
I have a super chat from the Geth. I really don't think most of our opponents can be talked to.
That's the one.
This is Alex Jones's problem. When you see what's really going on, you look crazy, and I feel like we're Sarah Connor and Terminator 2.
The court TV? Yes, they are.
It is something of a Cassandra complex, isn't it?
This explanation to you.
You know the future, but you can't get anyone to believe
you. They're going to leave. There'll be nobody in here but you 12 jurors. Okay, no sitting in my chair. All right, anything else?
So they're going to surrender the courtroom to the jury so they can look at these videos.
Good question. All right, we'll see you in whenever you're...
Do you think the judge was a base Trump supporter?
If I had to guess who he voted for, I'm guessing yes, he voted for the Trump. But
that way, didn't you?
I wouldn't say he was. I'm guessing he's not running around with a MAGA hat.
Yeah, I don't think he's a partisan. But,
I actually do think though that this is a failing of the right in that he seems overly concerned with optics and my principles, whereas the other side, represented by Binger, is just clearly going for the win. Just ethics and morality be damned.
Yeah.
When it's in our system, he's actually not supposed to drive for the win at all cost. He's supposed to be supposedly a truth seeker, but we have another super chat. Sargon drops a new vid while on your stream. Mad lad.
Well, stuff's queued,
Yeah, you could obviously time it.
Yeah, and I'm not in control of the timing anyway. So.
Oh, that's. I mean, I guess you're hardly a one-man shop anymore.
No. That's what they're for.
It's like when I first started watching you were a one-man shop. That changed, I guess, when you started the Lotus Eaters podcast. Unless you had somebody before that I didn't know about.
No.
Who was the other person that was recent? Well, I don't know if you saw yesterday. There was the super stream from Tim Pool where he had Alex Jones and Joe Rogan on in his trailer. You didn't catch that?
Oh yeah. So what was the deal?
So I guess Tim is in Texas for some live conference or something that he's involved with.
Yeah.
And so I guess they went down there with a studio on a trailer, because he does not do remote guests.
Yeah.
And he had at the same time in his trailer with him, he had Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Blair White, Drew Hernandez, who testified at the Rittenhouse trial. And there might have been one other person. Well, Luke Rukowski. I don't know if you've ever met him.
Yeah, I've met Luke. He's a really nice guy.
Well, he's a regular on Tim, so he'd probably always be there. So it was a pretty crazy stream. Yeah. Blair White was there sitting next to Alex Jones, and they were talking mainly
Right.
about the Rittenhouse case and stuff with the coof, because obviously Joe Rogan was sick, Tim was sick.
Oh, what? They were both. Oh, yeah, they had been sick, hadn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Joe actually helped Tim by telling him what medicines to get that worked for him.
Tim, I spoke to him about it. He said that apparently Rogan had bought it for him.
Yeah, because the whole thing is rather expensive. I think he mentioned it was like something like $4,000 for one person. And it wasn't just Tim that was sick. It was his other employee, Ian.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Apparently also had it bad, and other people tested positive. I don't think they were quite as bad as him, but...
No, I'm glad they were okay after it.
Well, apparently not. Some people were upset that he, I guess, survived.
Well, I guess there would be people who are upset that he survived.
So it looks like the jury is looking at those videos now, so they shut the camera off.
Yeah.
But if it did concern some of the people in my chat earlier that the jury, if they're looking at this, that it might be a bad sign, but I pointed out that it might just be that there's just a small number of holdouts who just are not convincible that Kyle is not guilty. So how else would you convince them but by showing them video and making arguments?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, who can say?
I mean, yesterday they asked for the rules of the jury instructions, 11 copies. That leads me to believe that they were arguing over, the if this is true, then you must acquit. If this is true, then you must find him guilty of this. We have another super chat from Inky. Hey Neo, me again. Hey Sargon, longtime fan of yours. Love you guys both. Hey Neo, I had to step away for a bit. What's the latest on the Rittenhouse case last couple of hours?
Not much, I'm afraid.
Yeah, just a whole lot of waiting. Mostly the biggest event is the jury asked what the procedure was if they wanted to look at a particular video. And the answer they came up with was they must describe the video they want to see and that they would come down to the courtroom and view the video there. After everyone had been shooed out of the room.
Yeah.
Who's this super chat from the Geth? Remember the Battle of Berkeley in 2017? I knew back then this wouldn't end at clubs, and the cops allowing it turned me to Michael Malice's view of the police. Those little battles seem like decades ago. Were you ever I know you made a trip to the United States before the COVID.
I did go to Berkeley in 2017. It was after the Milo Yiannopoulos battle.
I was gonna say, were you ever met with an Antifa mob? Because I know you got rushed on a stage once by a Black Lives Matter
that
mob.
was in University of London. But that was the only time, really, to be honest. I'm not important enough.
I think you got a trophy off of that, if I remember.
I do indeed have an Antifa flag as a battle trophy. Yes. I'm very proud of it. It's in my office.
A souvenir.
Yeah. I mean, if they're willing to give it up.
I think it was that one of them rushed you, and I think did you grab the flag or what happened, or they did drop it?
Well, there was a scuffle on the stage, and honestly, I don't know how the flag ended up on the floor by me on the stage. But after they'd been beaten off and they retired to a corner of the room, then it was. I saw it on the floor. I was like, okay, I'm taking that. You little shits.
Yeah, now that you bring it seems so long ago now.
Yeah, right. It's a different world now.
But people don't remember. Like, they complain about, say, the Proud Boys and, groups of that ilk. They did not exist before those incidents where Trump supporters were getting kind of beat up outside of Trump rallies.
Yeah, that's totally true. The Proud Boys weren't a thing then.
And I think the real catalyst was Trump had a rally, I think, in Sacramento. And the typical audience that would go to a Trump rally tends to be middle-aged and older people, kind of normie, the people that don't necessarily follow internet culture. They had no clue what they were walking into.
Nope.
And they leave, and it's suddenly they're being assaulted by mobs of communists. I mean, prior to 2015, I myself would never have dreamed that we would have communist mobs on the streets of America doing violence with impunity without any kind of response from the police.
Why would you? I mean, like, seriously, why? Who would have predicted such a thing? You know, no one would have thought that this was in the near future.
So I think the iconic image was of that lady with, had the eggs smashed in her face and chasing some poor guy, and he's got blood streaming down his face. And I think that after that was when you started seeing a pushback of ad hoc groups of people coming dressed in like football armor and ad hoc pieces of armor, hockey sticks.
This is where base stick man becomes a thing.
That's when I made my first video. That's actually how I started my channel. And I said, and I compared those guys, base stick man. I said, this reminds me of the 300, where you have this, because they were typically outnumbered by vast hordes. And I'm like, you have this group of like hoplites. They're dressed like hoplites. One of them is wearing a Greek hoplite helmet. And I'm
I remember. I remember.
And they're forming shield walls.
Yep.
And fighting, ranks of communists just charging at them. And I just remember that was one of my first videos. It's like, how did we get to this point in the United States where we have like armed phalanxes in the street, with arranged by political ideology? And I guess I didn't think it would get worse than that. And it was foolish because now we have people have been killed. We've had whatever you want to say about January 6th, we had an angry mob charge the Capitol.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm convinced it's the media. I'm convinced the media is doing this to the country.
Well, I think what it is too is that when one side does it, if it's reported at all, it gets downplayed or excused. Mostly peaceful, fiery but peaceful. And then the other side has one reaction, and boom, you have to bring this draconian law enforcement response, put people in jail and hold them there in pretrial detention without bail and all this.
Yeah, but the only reason that that this is even happening is because of lies by left wingers, lies by continual narrative manipulation.
Oh, this one seems directed at you as well. Let's Go Brandon super chats. They share their flags like good little socialists. And
they do.
The Geth says, the Republic died the day leftist violence was permitted and excused by society. That genie should have been put in the bottle, and it's too late now.
Absolutely.
No
question of it. No question of it.
I think, too, that... what was I going to say about... The left-wing violence? Not only has it been uncommented on, it's in many cases been excused.
Covered up. Covered up, excused, denied.
I think, was it Cuomo on CNN actually called them the good guys.
Yep.
And this was back when it was the whole punch a Nazi thing, I think. The problem is that it's clear that punch a Nazi doesn't mean what they think it means. They actually
what do you think it means?
I think they actually think that Antifa is fighting actual National Socialists and white supremacists. When Antifa says Nazi, I mean, I don't even think they're deluded into it. They just mean anybody to the right of them, basically. Even if they're Democrat and liberals.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, because remember, white supremacy is the American Republic. That's the white supremacist project. Anyone who's in defense of that is in defense of a form of white supremacy, in their view.
Because early on, we encountered Antifa graffiti where it said the liberals get put against the wall too?
Liberals get the bullet too. Yeah, very famous. Infamous graffiti.
I mean, when they say the Nazis, I think everybody thinks they mean Richard Spencer, the Daily Stormer and things like that. No, they actually mean Tucker Carlson. He's a Nazi to them.
Yeah, and they're not shy about calling him a white supremacist either, because Tucker's an American patriot. I don't think Tucker cares about race. I think he cares about values and sort of harmony in communities, things like that. I don't think this is to him a racial issue at all. But then I'm not in his mind, so maybe he is, and he's just hiding it really well. But from everything I've seen, he just seems to appeal to traditional American values because he looks like a traditional American.
It's been mainstream because the person who called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy was not an extremist or member of Antifa. It was
Well, that's the thing.
Member of the media.
Yeah, because the media is doing this. But yeah, the white supremacy that they're worried about is traditional Americanism. Like, you know, those traditionally, like, you know, the actual sort of Americana of your culture, those things that people recognize as being American, well, they're white in their view.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Isn't he Hispanic or something? I mean,
well, here's the thing. I originally, yes, there was an arrest report that listed him as Hispanic, and just for the giggles, I went with that. But I think what in actuality is in the United States, at least in Wisconsin, that's up to the subjective interpretation of the arresting officer.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you had an officer that pulled him over once, and in the dark of night just thought he was Hispanic and wrote that on the thing.
Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, because there's nothing to suggest that Kyle Rittenhouse is anything other than, again, an American patriot.
Well,
but like we've established, the American Republic is a product of white supremacy, therefore.
Before his social media presence was nuked, shall we say, I did a deep study on his Facebook. There's literally nothing there. He attended a Trump rally once, and apparently was a big fan of the police. He was a police cadet and had an interest in first aid and things like that. I mean, there was literally nothing political on his page.
Yeah. Did nothing wrong, basically.
And I think a lot of the problem from that night for his part was that he, again, that problem we mentioned, I don't think he realized the depth of what the violence these people were capable of and how quickly it goes from 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Because even when he was testifying there, he kind of said, well, I knew they were hostile, I just didn't think they were hostile toward me.
Yeah. Well, lesson learned, I guess.
So it's almost like you don't want to tell children to, not be idealistic, but I guess in his case it went into like a dangerous naivete.
Honestly, I am genuinely in awe of his abilities as a marksman and someone who uses a weapon.
Even the restraint he exercised.
Yeah. Just the accuracy. Because I mean, if it was me, honestly, I'm gonna just level you. I would have been firing wildly into that fucking crowd.
That's the thing. Grosskreutz, after he shoots him in the arm, there's another guy behind him who put his heads up and started backing away. He doesn't get shot. There was another person closer off to his right that almost no one ever talks about, who looks like a 2x4, some kind of wooden club, who was close enough to where he just was a couple steps away and he could have hit him. That was another guy. Backed away. He didn't get shot. So this idea that he was this mad gunman there to kill black people or Black Lives Matter protesters, why didn't he then? He had every opportunity.
Yeah.
I've never heard
He could have just been just indiscriminately firing into this crowd.
Why did he run at all? He had the gun. Why did he run from Rosenbaum in the first place?
Yeah.
This argument that the prosecution made, I mean, if it were, say, I don't know what you call debates when they have like high school and college teams have those formal debating. I don't know what that form of debate is called, but wouldn't that lose at that type of debate?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be persuaded by it.
Because I understand in a court of law it's different. You're addressing a jury and you don't really get an answer because they go to deliberate on their own. Whereas that, I guess the answer on who wins those debates, the formal debates in the academic setting, is more an immediate feedback. Or even informal debates that you have on YouTube. I'm sure you're a veteran of many a Debate Me Bro
I've had a few, yeah.
That you get an immediate feedback as to who won, who lost, or whatever.
Oh yeah, you absolutely do.
But the defense is, the prosecution's arguments and some of it. First of all, they're arguing something that doesn't happen in the video. Kyle pointing the gun at Zeminski.
Yeah, Zeminski is just randomly off somewhere. It looks like Kyle can't even see him. And he fires in the air for reasons unknown.
Well, even before, they're saying that at the point where Rosenbaum started chasing Kyle, they're saying it's because he pointed the gun at Zeminski while they were looking at the fire in the truck, the Duramax, as they call it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a better video. It surprises me that we're arguing over this blurry, manipulated image when there's an actual video of what happened that's much clearer, not taken by a drone from hundreds of feet away, from a guy across the street, that shows Kyle never raised his rifle or pointed it at him.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we even arguing about this blurry video?
No idea. I'm actually not terribly impressed with the defense, to be honest.
Second tier.
Yeah.
The other guy, the bald-headed guy with seems to be the superior lawyer in terms of tactics, but the Richards, the lead attorney, Richards, he's very passive. He doesn't object at places where he clearly should be.
Yeah. I'm not very impressed with him at all.
The fact that I still think the odds are that overwhelmingly that Kyle wins in the end, but it will not be because of the defense. It'll just because his case is so open and shut in my mind.
Could have hired Nelson from what's his face's one, the George Floyd.
Yeah,
he did a fucking spectacular job,
and zealously represented his client in the face of overwhelming public opinion.
Yeah, and did a fantastic job. Sorry, I don't think that Chauvin did it. I'm sorry. The facts just aren't on Floyd's side.
Unlike Rittenhouse, much of the right was against Chauvin, believe it or not.
Well, it's because from the one angle, the video looks terrible. And I agree, it looks terrible. But then there's all of this other extraneous information that comes out afterwards that you have to take into account, such as he was saying, I can't breathe when sat in the patrol car. Why couldn't he breathe? Well, he just shot down a bunch of pills. So he was on, massive overdoses of fentanyl. And then he dies on the street. It's like, yeah. And then if you got the view from the back, he's actually not on his neck. He's on his shoulders. And so it's like, right, okay, this isn't looking good. George Floyd looks like he died of a drug overdose.
I think had the video not existed, that's probably what the medical examiner, I don't have to think, that's what he said.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
for the video,
what else? What other conclusion?
He would have listed cause of death as a cardiac event due to a drug overdose.
Yeah.
Oh, how did I miss these super chats? From the Geth, do these people think the right will watch violence win forever and not get the hint? Sorry to Fed Post, but really it won't be one-sided forever, right?
Well, yes, but the right will, I think, object finally, not in individual cases, but when it becomes clear that systemically the republic is over, right? That's when I think the right will object. But the thing is, you better be fucking well organized, because they're well organized.
Well,
they know exactly what they're doing and why they're doing it, so you better make sure you're as organized as them.
The thing that frustrates me about your government is that after every
one thing, eh? Just you've narrowed it down to one fucking thing. Jesus, well done.
But it's infuriating. After every Islamic attack, the problem and the people affected are not the actual victims of the attack. It's always we have to watch out for this fictitious backlash that almost never occurs. Except for one time, some guy bombed the mosque. What was it? Was it a year ago?
Drove a truck into the mosque, Finsbury Park Mosque. Yeah.
And I was like, after 20 years of warning of this backlash, finally one time, one guy does a backlash, and that's all you hear about.
Well, no, it's that the moral of the story is that whenever a Muslim man does something insane and kills a bunch of people, Muslims are the real victims here.
Muslims worst affected, not the little girls at the concert that just got blown up with the nail bomb.
No, their families or anything like that. No. It's Muslims as an abstract are the most affected victims of terror attacks. It's okay, well then maybe they could stop.
I'm wrong. Something more frustrating. The grooming gangs. I thought that was done. They issued a report. Why are this still an issue?
Great question, because Labour still exist.
I don't understand. They said the excuse that I heard was, well, this is it has to come from the local labor council. So you mean to tell me that the government in Westminster knows there's a grooming gang problem in these northern cities, and their hands are totally tied because the local labor government doesn't want to move?
Yeah, well, I think they probably could do something, because the thing is, the way that the British political system works is actually that there aren't well-defined constitutional boundaries between anything, and the only thing that was resolved in the English Civil War is the sovereignty of Parliament. And so technically, Parliament can actually do whatever it wants. It's just about getting enough votes in Parliament to do it. But the thing is, the Conservatives have got a huge majority at the moment. All of the other parties combined couldn't resist them if they decided this is what we're doing, and it would not be very difficult at all to do something moral and get the public behind them, get all the Conservative MPs behind them, and then fucking cripple their opponents for a generation electorally. But for some reason they won't do it, and I don't know why. It's really insufferable.
I don't understand what
I'm constantly...
what constituency is being appealed to by not prosecuting grooming gangs.
Well, the politically correct constituency of the Westminster media. That's who.
I guess they're pro-pedo?
They're pro-Muslim.
This makes no sense.
To a rational person. But when you realise that their goal, because they're the same as the Democrats, they're the sort of wokest French intellectuals who've decided that actually everything about tradition is evil, and we need to start everything again from a revolution to rationally begin everything from anew, then you realise that the problem is Britain itself, because Britain's very old, it's got very firm traditions, they're like deeply embedded in the fabric of life, and this means that it's very difficult to get the British to change, and so you've got to work very hard and demoralize the country to a great extent, and they're doing quite a good job of demoralizing us, to be fair.
You want to know what's sad? I think the greatest hope for your government is actually a woman that you were highlighting. I don't remember her name.
Priti Patel.
Not Priti Patel. This is the woman that was
Kemi
on that
Badenoch.
committee. Yes.
Yeah.
That's her. She is based.
She is fantastic. But note that the only people who are allowed at this point to stand up and oppose progressivism are women of colour. They're the only people sufficiently high on the progressive stack who feel that they have the balls to be able to speak out against obvious injustices.
I have seen videos where she doesn't just oppose critical race theory, she destroys it.
Oh, she thrashes them, yeah.
And with glee.
Yeah. It's wonderful. Like she had a chat to the architect of critical race theory, Kimberly Crenshaw, the architect of intersectionality, and she was literally like, "No, I'm not descended from slaves. I'm descended from slave owners. Now what?" And the face, you could see Crenshaw's like.
There's no answer. She's like, I'm from Africa. What are you going to tell me?
Yeah, I'm literally speaking to a black person who claims to be an oppressor. Like, what does that mean? Like, she's got nothing. And yeah, so tragic for Crenshaw, but very, very good for Conservatives. But it's tragic that we can't have a homegrown Conservative. There can't be an English Conservative who stands up for English values and British pride.
For a while, I thought that's
racist.
I thought for a while that would be Jacob Rees-Mogg, but I get the idea that he's not interested.
No, he's a career politician like the rest of them.
He almost gives me a vibe like he's Winston Churchill, like he's above the fray,
He's also a career politician who knows not to mess with the media. The media is very powerful, and they know it, and they don't want to get involved, basically.
Also from the Geth, can you even say it's unjustified when the right starts hitting back? Defensively, Susan.
Yeah. You've got an absolute right to self-defense, if that's what you're talking about.
Let's see. Super chat from Inky. Pretty sure Sargon's ancestors had tickets to come to America, but somehow missed the boat. He's more pro-America than a good portion of Americans. Neo, shoot Sargon this $20 if it's possible.
You're very English in your outlooks, if that's what you're talking about.
I mean, if you're just seriously study the founders and you agree with much of their outlook, I mean, that's where they got it from.
Yeah. Well, they thought they were defending the rights of Englishmen. So
That's the
which
thing.
which they thought they inherited as Englishmen.
Up until the very end, they did not want to separate from the motherland, so to speak. It was almost by necessity. The British troops were on the soil and they were fighting. At some point, they said, this is a fact on the ground.
Yeah.
Let's see. This is Liberative, one of our regulars. Actually, he's one of he has a wrench in the chat. I was really expecting Priti Patel to take action on the grooming gang thing, and I'm befuddled as to the complete removal from the subject from the radar. I agree.
Well,
I thought Priti Patel was tough on this.
She, as an individual, doubtless is, but the problem is that the institutions that she rules over are corrupted beyond all belief. The civil service is 95% Remain, right? So that means 95% leftist French revolutionary. And, I mean, for example, she's adamant, absolutely adamant, and completely correct in opposing migrant crossings. Rightfully so, obviously. Illegal immigrants invading the country, not acceptable. Next question, right? But the thing is, the border force, the police, and a couple of other institutions, I can't remember which ones at the moment, just basically came to an agreement where they said, well, we're just not going to prosecute illegal immigrants. We're not going to do anything to stop them. The border force has turned into something of a taxi service for the illegal immigrants. And fuck you. Is basically the response. And so she needs to go through and just fire hundreds of people, probably.
Now, my assumptions might be
deal.
wrong, but let me give you a hypothetical situation. Don't want this to happen, of course. Boris Johnson, he walks out of 10 Downing Street tomorrow, gets hit by a car and dies. Would she not be the heir apparent to be the next PM?
It is likely that she would be able to take over, yes.
So don't you find it ironic that the misogynistic right would have been responsible for, if that were to happen, 4 female prime ministers, while Labour has had none and doesn't seem to have one in the immediate future?
They haven't even had a female party leader.
Because I think if let's say Priti Patel one day serves as prime minister,
Which is possible.
Her, Theresa May.
Yeah.
And Thatcher twice.
Yes.
Was she twice, or did she have one continuous?
Oh, 3 times. 3 times.
There you go.
So yeah, 3 different female prime ministers who'd been Conservative, and 0 Labour female party leaders.
But
so yeah,
but the Tory party is the misogynistic party.
Well, I mean, yes, because they represent tradition over progress.
Oh my
I mean, that's
God.
literally what the distinction is at this point.
Now that just reminded me, you guys were covering the Labour Party conference. How did they ever accomplish anything?
Well, they didn't.
I mean, how did they ever hold power?
Well, Tony Blair was basically a Conservative.
They fight over words with each other.
Yes. It's amazing, isn't it?
There was and there's this obsession with trans rights. It's like every 5 minutes it's brought up.
Well, it's just wokeism. The trans people being the smallest, most fringe demographic in the LGBT movement, therefore become the most important, because the whole point is the supremacy of the margins.
It was just a parade of people going up there and accusing each other of being transphobes. So I'm like, well, if the Labour Party internally is transphobic, then everyone is transphobic by their reckoning.
Yes, they are.
I don't know. This is a bizarre worldview.
Well, that's the worldview of the woke intersectional left, and it's completely consistent in all times and all places, because it's totally analytic. They theorize, they come to a theoretical conclusion, and then they've got to impose that on the world. And that's why the Labour Party looks just like the Democratic Socialists of America meetings. It's exactly the same. Exactly the same philosophy, exactly the same nonsense they're spouting, for exactly the same reasons. And it's like, okay, well, great. Who wants this bollocks?
The whole thing, and it was this running theme where, okay, raise your hands, but keep in mind, if you're a white male, well, they do everything not to say white male. Was it
if you're privileged,
underrepresented voices or something to that effect? They just
Yeah, the whole thing's fucking gross, and I can't stand it. It's just...
I'll just read a couple more super chats, and I guess I'll let you go since it's getting late on your end.
It's only 9:45.
Well, it's up to you.
So
Let's see
I
here.
can stick around.
Point Creation, another regular here. He writes, popping in to wish everyone well, assert moral autonomy, embrace creation, love your neighbor and family, value life, including your own. It's an interesting thing what Point Creation does. He doesn't try to debate people in terms of trying to convince them through logic. He actually, I think his thing is he makes paintings.
Right.
And he sends people paintings, art.
Right.
And I'm like, he's actually creating what would say creating culture.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I'm like, I don't think we create culture anymore in the West. We just sort of, I think I posted
we devour culture now.
I posted something on Twitter earlier where, okay, the West used to produce like Mozart and Beethoven. And in 2021, we have this woman who pissed on a fan on stage.
Yeah, all we do these days is ruin things.
But it's the same theme. It was Tim Pool who said, think about Christmas songs, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the 1950s, maybe as late as the 60s, you would have new Christmas songs be released by, pop stars. Can you think...
The last ones were like in the 80s.
Probably, I think the last one that comes to mind might have been Mariah Carey.
Yeah, possibly early 90s. Yeah. But nothing anymore, is there?
So we don't produce culture. When you play Christmas songs, you're playing songs from 70 years ago, for the most part.
Yep. It's embarrassing.
Let's see.
The West as a project is over, I think, in many ways.
We have another super chat from... there's no message on this. This is from Rob Coleman. Thank you, Rob. From the Geth once again. And there's part of our problem. If we operate in a world where might makes right, at some point we have to stop the disavow game and own it. They do.
Yeah, but we're on YouTube, so,
It's their,
what do you want?
It's their playground.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
All right.
We don't own the swings.
We have a super chat from Phil. If the only thing conservatives, quote unquote, can hang their hat on is their diversity hires, then they aren't conservatives. Yep. They are just liberals who dislike the economics of the far left.
Not just the economics, the sort of social atmosphere as well. But yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, this Hugo wrote an amazing article about the conservatives being trapped in the Whig interpretation of history, because the Whigs are a product of the Enlightenment and therefore are progressive in the most sort of strict sense. And so the conservatives, not knowing how to get out of this framework, are continually condemned to just creating progressive policies, whether they like it or not. And it's like, right, okay, good to know. There's great points he makes.
Point Creation clarifies. He says he also puts art up in public without permission because I do not need permission from anyone to improve my well-being or that of my neighborhood.
Good man. You're absolutely right.
See,
I mean, the left do it all the time as well, so you may as well do it.
Thank you, Piety. I see your emojis. So yeah, he occasionally he actually offers up art for sale. So if people are interested, check with him. But my point is that it's something that we've gotten away from on the right. Because think about it, the institutions that the left owns are also the only, I guess, the institutions that put out the culture, like Hollywood, the music industry. It's like the only culture that we do get is dominated by the left. So it's like we're not fighting a losing battle. It's like a battle where we only fight and we only give ground, and there's never a counterattack, no advance. It's always hold the line. Oh, we just took a step back. Hold the line. Oh, another step back.
No, that's because the conservatives are trapped within the Whig interpretation of history. They don't understand what conservatism is, and I hate to say this, but Republicans in America, you're a bunch of Whigs too. So you aren't actually conservative, really. You're a bunch of classical liberals, which I'm a classical liberal, so don't worry, I'm not judging. But it also means that from like a proper conservatism, that position has been left to the neo-reactionaries, I suppose you'd call it. They are not purely traditionalists either. That's the thing. They've got a bunch of ideological presuppositions that are contained within their view. So it's there isn't really a proper conservative movement anywhere, frankly.
Well, in the United States, the biggest issue where you could see that is actually, well, two issues, but I won't talk about abortion rights. Just talk about the gun issue, the Second Amendment. There really hasn't been a major victory by the right on the Second Amendment, with one exception, the Heller court case, where it was ruled that that's an individual right. But even that is kind of just preserving the right, because it's a bizarre take on the Constitution that somehow we would have to write an amendment to allow the military to carry weapons. That makes no sense.
No, and especially as, like, I mean, surely theoretically, by the most strict interpretation, surely anyone's meant to be carrying a weapon.
I mean, so it's like the Heller case, even though, I mean, it's a huge victory, but it's like, okay, but it's correcting a gross misinterpretation.
Yeah. Is it a victory, or is it just maintaining ground? You know, you've taken nothing away from the left.
Well, that's the thing. It's the only... Right now, I'm in the United States, and you assume that I can have a gun. Well, as I sit here in New York City, I'm not allowed to own a gun. Yeah. I've never been arrested. I have no criminal record. I've never been, adjudicated to be insane or mentally incompetent. Yet I cannot own a weapon to defend myself, not even in my home, unless I'm a friend of the mayor or a multi-billionaire.
Yeah,
I can buy a favor. So there is a case currently at the Supreme Court dealing with this. I believe it's one of the gun right groups against the state of New York, or is it the city of New York? And I have a feeling they're going to win, just from the way the justices sounded. And if this happens, this will actually be the biggest victory for gun rights that probably in my lifetime. Because
the thing is, isn't New York swimming in illegal guns anyway?
That was one of the arguments where one of the justices asked, well, that's all well and good that, the citizens have to come up with a reason to justify why they have to carry a weapon, but the criminals doesn't seem to bother them.
Weird, isn't it? How they don't seem to have any scruples about it.
I mean, logically, they're committing crimes already. Murder is already illegal. Why would they care about a paper process crime like owning the gun legally?
Oh, I was going to murder someone, but I don't have my license.
So if this happens, the case has been heard, and I think in the spring they announced the result. If that happens, this will mean any law like this in any state in the United States will have to follow the New York precedent, where because in New York you cannot carry a gun without a justified reason. This is you having to convince the local sheriff or whoever that you have a reason. It can't be, I need a gun for self-defense. It has to be an extraordinary thing. Then that would be the first major expansion of gun rights. Because think about it, right now I cannot own one.
Yeah. So but that's so fucking sad, isn't it? Like the only expansion of gun rights is in New York, and to reclaim a freedom you'd lost.
Here's the irony of it. If you research back as late as the 1970s, in New York, there were about 150 to 200 gun or rifle clubs in New York City schools. So every day, at least thousands of New York City school children would wake up in the morning, pack their lunch and their school bag, and get on the public transportation and go to school with their rifles. And we never had one school shooting or an incident with those rifles in a New York City school. And
it sounds so great. Like, honestly, it sounds awesome.
You could read this if you Google it,
Yeah,
and it'll show you. And I think the last school that had a gun range was Beach Channel High School in Queens, and they just closed that like in the late 1980s. And like, think about it, the high school had a rifle range.
That sounds great. That sounds totally great and wholesome.
So they actually have pictures of the students holding their rifles proudly in front of the schools, and it was not considered a big deal.
Well, it wasn't. It's all American. It's wholesome.
In blue,
You know, this is
deep blue New York. I guess the only thing I would say is because you have to remember at the time, the Democrat Party wasn't as far left as it is today.
Yeah, totally.
And the South had a long tradition of voting Democrat, even if you were deeply conservative, as a post Civil War legacy. So you had this weird thing where you had a bunch of Southern Democrats who were all big time gun enthusiasts.
Yeah.
So for the longest
KKK
time,
members.
The Second Amendment was not a political issue.
Yeah, totally.
Then you had the assault weapons ban in the 1990s during the Clinton presidency. And as a result of that actually, I believe, cost Bill Clinton the House and the Senate in the big Republican Revolution of 1994.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was the major issue that I think flipped the Senate, and it was like the biggest slaughter in 50 years that the Democrats had taken. The Democrats did not mention guns again for at least a decade, until the early 2000s. As a result of
The
that
Americans
drubbing.
you're not punishing them for it now, unfortunately.
That's the thing.
That's the problem.
They figured out the way for them to go forward. It was emotion, to capitalize on every school shooting and just go wall to wall, coverage on each one. Whereas I don't think that was a thing back then. The other thing is now the internet exists, so you have a lot of people that organize and find each other. That didn't happen in like the 80s and 90s. I mean, the internet was there in the 90s, but a very small number of people used it.
Oh yeah, it wasn't anything like it is now.
I mean, like, this was back when you still had dial-up internet, and the phone was busy if you were on, and people would complain.
Yeah. If someone picked up the phone, then your internet dropped. Like, no one would understand that now.
Like,
but,
now you can go online and organize over your phone and find a bunch of like-minded, radical-minded people
within seconds. Which
is, I guess, is the basic fundamental problem of our time, because we've always had far-left radicals, just that they used to have to physically find each other.
Yeah. And the internet is definitely a great radicalizing tool. It's, something we've got to accept that this is new. The ability to do this is new, and we're going to have to be able to deal with it in some way. I mean, I don't know what the answers are or anything like that. And I'm a free speech extremist, so none of the solutions that the sort of, traditional authorities would want are solutions I would like. But there's no getting around the fact that something's going to have to be done.
This is a super chat from V Radio. I don't know have you ever seen the Kyle Rittenhouse documentary?
No.
He is the content creator who made it.
Oh, right, okay. I've never even heard of it.
He's super chats. Put me in, coach. Ready to come on. Send me a StreamYard. I guess he wants to come on. We're on.
I mean, I don't know.
We're on Discord V Radio. Hold on. I guess I could try to send him a link. Or can I call him while inside a call with you?
You can add him to the call, I believe.
Let's see here. See, I know if I click call, will that hang up on you though?
Yeah, you've got to add him to the call on Discord, our chat.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Plus. No, let's upload a file. As I totally boomer this. See, there's no obvious place to add them.
It's in the sort of top right next to the search bar. There's a little plus icon on a person, like an avatar.
Ah.
So a person symbol.
There we go. That should work. I see his symbol's been added. Is that UV radio?
Yeah, do you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
So this is well, tell us about the video you made, your documentary. You'd probably be best to describe it.
Well, it wasn't exactly like the most technical, perfect video editor. I was a podcaster since like 2008, but basically I went all over the internet putting together little bits of everything to try to account for where Kyle Rittenhouse was the entire time he was in Kenosha. And the best consequence, I guess, would be that through the help of other people, I was getting fed information from like Anonymous and 4chan. We're the ones who identified who Joshua Zeminski was, because he was originally going by an alias. And they reported, I guess, that my video got him arrested.
Really?
So,
congratulations.
yeah, it was pretty cool.
Thank you for your service.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the prosecution's gonna, or I mean, it doesn't look like anything's gonna come of it, but we'll see.
Sure, but the diligence of independent citizens doing the job that no one else is going to do, I think, is important.
Right, and I'm part of kind of a group of people who do that. You guys should also check out the Mary Todd channel. She's like a full-time Antifa exposer.
She like goes hardcore exposing Antifa people.
Big time.
Again,
And
it's
it's
not a pretty job, and it's probably not going to get rewarded, but it's so fucking necessary.
Well, I would credit it to some degree, at least with LA Antifa, like dwindling down to like a half dozen people on a regular basis, because they identify them. Like they very forensically, she goes like through every little detail, and she gets like their shoe colors, and they're actually the people. Do you remember when Tiny Two East got arrested?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the ones who got the data together to find out who did it.
Didn't he get shot?
Yeah, Tiny got winged in the ankle, and
is he okay? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
He was even able to kind of stumble away, but it was still not good. But yeah, Mary Todd was the one who put that information together.
Good.
But as far as my work, yeah, I spent a great, enormous amount of time just poring over footage for 2 weeks. And when I started my investigation, because I had been like watching these things, what wasn't fresh in my mind was that guy they kicked in the head in Portland that Drew Hernandez picked up on. And so like I was like, somebody's going to shoot somebody at one of these things eventually. So I went into it assuming that's what had happened. But once I did an exhaustive study, it was very clear that that's not what happened. And Lynn Wood actually reached out to me back when he was still on the case, and then he shared my video. So that's what got me started.
I meant to ask you, when you communicated with the defense lawyer, was it Richards that you got in touch with?
It was Shifarasi, or however you say that.
Shirafsi.
Yeah, that was the video that you were referencing to him. Is it entered into evidence already, or is it not entered into evidence? Hocus Pocus. Well, the video that refutes the Hocus Pocus video. The thing is that like we gave him our work, but because we analyzed all of it to put it together, the problem is that all I could do was direct him to where it would have already been if he looked in it, because he would have to go find it himself. Which, mind you, he said they would do, and they did manage to find, for example, that picture of Rosenbaum, because Binger just got on the stand and just point blank lied and claimed that Rosenbaum wasn't even present. And I knew he was there, and it was driving me crazy. And I'm like,
the picture clearly refuted him. You could see his face was in shock. I don't think he knew that he was there.
Well, this is another thing as well. Like Binger was shit too. Like the defense wasn't good, but Binger was terrible. So like, what's going on? How are these people bad?
Did you get that
I'm
impression,
genuinely curious.
V Radio, that Binger was shocked to discover that that Rosenbaum was in fact there?
I don't. I think it was more like it's possible that the problem with like trying to analyze Binger, because I've been going over the whole trial just like you have, is like you keep going back and forth between, is this man incompetent or is this man filibustering? And it's like, and then he sneakily comes out with this, oh, by the way, we have this
picture that has like the resolution of an Atari 2600 Pitfall Harry with a gun in his hand, and so it's as far as he may have been shocked that he got caught. The problem is that I honestly, and I understand it. When I was talking to Shafirasi, I said the same thing. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But I was like, I'm sure you're getting inundated with a lot of stuff. He's like, no, we are, but still, please, if you got something. And so it was a very brief conversation. And, but it was just about me saying, Kyle absolutely did not point his gun at anybody. There are other videos that are on the ground that clearly show where he was. Now, there's a brief, tiny, it could be 0.5 seconds where he's not accounted for. But between say the Drew Hernandez video and then there's so the video that they're using is the guy who says he got a gun, baby.
The Facebook stream.
Right. And so but when he turns and he looks, you can see in order for their photo to work, Kyle would have had to have had his rifle in his left hand, and nobody would have their rifle in their left hand and also be carrying a fire extinguisher in that hand. So there's a lot of things that those of us who just went, I want to say 9/11 truth or nuts about this case, dug deep and we're screaming at the TV, what are you doing? For example, me and Mary Todd did a video exposing how they excluded that Zeminski is in that stupid video that they're showing everybody firing his gun. It's even clearer in that video. And they didn't do anything with it. It should have just been understood. Look, he has every reason to fear for his life. There's a freaking gunshot going off behind him.
Yeah. There's a mob chasing him. Someone's fired a weapon already. Come on. Fuck's sake. It looks terrifying.
Right, exactly. And they didn't emphasize it. They didn't put together a good argument. And I'm not a freaking high-paid lawyer. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't think you need to be a high-paid lawyer to be able to see the fucking facts of this case.
What is your opinion on what happened today, V-Radio? Because it seems to me clear that they gave a doctored video to the defense.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And they tried to make sure that they didn't get a good version of it until later. I think if they had gotten, was it Dr. Black? And you got to clarify, I'm not talking about Dominic Black, obviously, but the video expert who clarified all the other videos probably could have gotten to the bottom of that if he had been given it, but I don't think he was.
When Miss was her name Wisco?
Maybe
she sits at the defense table. She's also a lawyer, I believe. Anyway, if I apologize to her if I got her name wrong. When she pointed out that not just the resolution changed, but the name of the file and the metadata showing the date of creation of the file was different, is the prosecution really going to die on that hill, claiming that somehow Gmail altered the metadata, the file? The length of the file, that there's time missing, and that they cropped the video so that the edges of the video are also cropped out?
It looks like that's where they're headed, but I'm also just kind of frustrated with watching them argue about it. Through multiple times of this case, it just reminded me of a group of kids in a basement arguing over Dungeons & Dragons rules. They're taking out law books. I'm like, what are you people doing? I'm like, you don't know how this law works? I was just, these people get paid absurd amounts of money to be good at this. Yeah. And they're not.
They're literally professionals.
Right. And they're professionals talking about a kid's life and they don't have their SHIT together. I don't get it. It doesn't, and it's frustrating. Especially, it's I guess part of the problem is, and that's why I was going nuts when Binger was lying. I'm like, because in order to make that documentary, which mind you, again, video ugly, but I just collaged together a bunch of stuff, I basically had to just watch absurd amounts of this footage from a million angles. So you end up with this 3-dimensional image in your head. And I don't think they had anybody doing that. That's what's frustrating is the internet could be bad for Kyle, but it could be good for Kyle if they get a hold of the right people. So it's, I guess, I'm hoping that everything is good, but now the fact that the jury is taking this long is starting to give me concern.
I had a similar thought.
I think it's political completely. I don't think that they think Kyle's guilty. I think that they're worried about the consequences of saying Kyle's not guilty.
That's what it almost seems that way, because just look at the impact on the judge. Do you get the idea as well that the judge realizes that this actually should be a mistrial, but he's just afraid to pull the trigger just because of the optics?
Yeah. Well, he is starting to become aware of the pressure on him now because of all the crap he's taking. He was talking about that this morning, was what the media is saying about him is starting to become an issue because they're accusing him of bias. If he was biased, he would have just accepted the trial without prejudice when Binger was violating Kyle's Fifth Amendment rights. And I think that that's a concern, but I agree. Absolutely, with the political part. The thing is, the funny thing is that I think that the fear is really kind of vaporware. Like I have people on the ground in Kenosha watching what's going on, and Black Lives Matter in front of that courthouse is down to like a dozen people. And they're actually prepared to stop a riot this time, but I'm sure that that's still present in their minds, And then they had somebody videotaping them earlier, and I finally got to the bottom of that. It wasn't that Cortez Rice guy, and it wasn't even anything that he said. There was someone else that the cops actually caught in the act of filming these people getting off the bus. And they got the person, but at the same time, the other problem is that, okay, so Gage Grosskreutz, by the way, admitted to being Antifa on Twitter, just publicly. They say, "Do you see anybody from your People's Revolution?" Which he denies being part of. In the courtroom, and he goes, "Yes."
But then he said he's affiliated with this revolutionary communist group.
Right, but the point is that he saw other members of his organization in the courtroom, and that said that in front of the jury, and they're all just sitting there being looked at and watched. So that's a concern too.
So, you're saying that he may have been intimidated by his communist associates?
No. I mean that him pointing out, by the way, there's members of the organization that I'm lying and saying I'm not part of sitting in the courtroom here. The jury's sitting in the room. That means that they're looking at the jury too. And they've already been filmed. So, it makes you wonder, because especially if
the jury's afraid, yeah.
Well, right. I mean, if Antifa's sitting in that room, it just going by what they do in other places, they'll dox you, they'll go after you. That's what they're concerned about.
Is that those people who are sitting on the left side of the courtroom who fill the back row when they come in?
Well, I'm not sure who they are, only that Gage admitted that there were some of them in the room.
Because there's a group of young people who it's not apparently clear to me what their function is there that appeared there for a couple times, that I'm like, well, these don't look like reporters. They certainly don't look like they're family members of, say, Huber or anything like that. It just stood out to me now that I was thinking back.
Right, and we had a guy who was one of the commanders of the Kenosha Guard who's also there, and he was on my show recently, and I asked him what he thought of the jury. He said that they're all older, and that at one point there was kind of a litmus test of who's conservative and who's not on purpose, but the judge looked up at them and said, "Okay, masks are optional in here. You guys don't have to wear them." And then 90% of the jury pulled their masks off. So that was good, but we don't know who's in the room.
Yeah.
And there's all kinds of rumors that are coming out on Twitter about how supposedly the 2 jurors or something were holding everything up because they were afraid, but I don't know how the U.S. Marshals would get that information.
That's the thing. The Posobiec is only sourcing a U.S. Marshal unnamed. Law enforcement does talk to each other. Trust me. There's entire newspapers that they exist basically on information they get from law enforcement.
And let's be real. I don't think it takes a genius to guess that, to work that out. Look at them. They're talking about a case that happened in the middle of a Black Lives Matter riot. Of course they're
because typically what will happen in these cases, from what I gather, is the bailiffs can get pretty much a good idea of what's going on because they're the ones babysitting the jury. So, if you get a chatty bailiff, maybe, I don't know.
Well, I'm not sure how the information is going out. Part of the problem is that all that stuff is clickbaity, and it's a question of who's looking to seem like they have the inside scoop, who may not.
That's my answer on that. Can I believe it? Sure, but I can't quote it as gospel because
no. But if I was going to make an assumption,
right.
But so that's sourced to Jack Posobiec citing a U.S. Marshal. That's as far as sourcing it as I could get. And then just how it works, everybody runs with it.
I think going forward though, the way this all happened and the impact that it's had socially, that's another thing that's interesting to watch, is that because I don't watch mainstream media almost ever, especially not about this, I didn't even realize how bad it had gotten. And then now you're getting Twitter that's exploding with people saying things like, "This is the first time I've heard that he didn't shoot black people."
This is oh man,
as if that matters.
So bad.
There are actually people that you would call Republicans who said they didn't realize that he didn't kill any black people.
Yeah.
I mean,
as if
it's
that
insane.
fucking matters. As if that's what justice hinges on. For fuck's sake, I hate your country.
Well, and that's why I said racial profiling has now officially like inversed on its head, because if it's a white guy with a gun, he automatically
Fine, no one
shot
cares.
black people.
But also, oh, he shot white people as if I don't give a fuck now. like no, like
right.
Sorry, the race of the person just isn't germane to the context. I'm afraid, is what was happening.
But,
he was defending himself. Well, it doesn't matter what race of person he was defending himself from, does it?
But whether it's good or bad, how about a basic material fact about one of the highest profile stories for over a year?
Yeah.
That is gotten wrong by a majority of the public.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
So, I mean, I think it was the Robert Barnes. He keeps saying on Riquetta Law about how he polled the Kenosha population and found that 2/3 of the population thought that Rittenhouse was guilty, and that how he tried to relate this to the defense team led by Richards, and that Richards seemed to kind of like not understand what his what's polling. That was what he kind of said today.
Really?
And I'm like, how is it possible you live in Kenosha and don't know the basic facts about the most important thing that's happened in your town, probably in the last decade at least?
So there's a screenshot going around right now that apparently the program Handbrake was on Krause's computer, and they caught it in a screenshot, and that program's used to decompress and alter video.
Now,
I mean, it's not necessarily a smoking gun, but it is kind of like weird.
I went to the Darth Crypto, the blog for the AMP software that allegedly was used to make the Hocus Pocus kind of enhanced image. And I don't know if this is referring directly to that program, but in it, it does say, image enhancement with AI shouldn't be acceptable in general for evidentiary use.
Well, right, and ironically, I think the judge it took him a while to get it out, but he explained why it's not a good idea. And he's like, now I don't know what's going to go in these other squares, because the AI is going to pick it, then you can't do that.
Well, here's the thing. That's what I mean. I was sitting there screaming, say it, Judge, say it, because I thought he was about to declare a mistrial right there, and it just looks like he's just hoping that the jury does not ask to see that picture again or that video.
Right, absolutely.
I think he realizes if that happens, he has to make the ruling. So I compared him to like Pontius Pilate, where he wants to wash his hands of it. He doesn't want to be the one that says, no, this trial is bad.
Well, he'll take enormous crap for it, that's for sure. I think another thing that's important to remember is that Kenosha is not a very big place. So, like, when you meet people who are there, a lot of those people know each other. Like, it's
know each other. They're all related. Everybody's cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. So now imagine that you're in this huge trial with national implications. That's why I said it's a danger. If you have somebody sitting in the court with you and you're a juror, it's very likely you're going to run into that person at like the supermarket or something. It's like, it's not like they're just random people pulled out of nowhere, which is why some people feel that this case should have been taken to another city in the first place.
The lead detective he's not the lead. The associate detective on the case is the cousin of the mayor and the city attorney.
Right.
Antonian.
Right.
So it's like he's got 4 relatives in city government alone.
And unfortunately, I think that situation is probably unavoidable because of the size of the place in question.
I think it's a population of 150,000 total. But
that's bigger than I thought.
It might be like anywhere from 100,000 to 150,000. But you got to remember that in these towns, the
small,
power structure is so entrenched. I mean,
that's not big.
Because think about it, the mayor is there, and then like he's surrounded by like family members.
Yeah, that's true. It's bigger than I thought, but still not that big. I would concur with Sargon on that.
I mean, my town's 250,000. I mean, and I'm in England, and it's totally feasible that I could bump into someone in a jury trial in the street.
Well, when you look at Kenosha, I was streaming some of the courthouse step picture streams earlier, and when a trolley passed by, it struck me. I'm like, wait a minute, is this town like that bucolic that they have an old style trolley? So I went and looked, And the trolley, as you watch the trolley video, the downtown area of Kenosha where that courthouse is located seems to be only a few blocks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it might be where the town center is not actually that big.
Well, now that I'm looking forward into things, like, it also is a question of, this could be a trend. Like, did any of you guys study the, I know you did, Neo, we talked about it, but like, Sargon, have you ever looked at the Jake Gardner case?
Oh, God, there are so many. Which one
This
was
is the
that?
Trump supporter with a ponytail in Omaha, Nebraska, during a riot, had a pistol. The rioters shoved his father down. And so he went out there with a pistol, and he has a better claim to self-defense even than Rittenhouse did. And what happened is, as he was literally backing away from this group that like were rushing up on him like they were going to start fighting him, one of them including a kid named James Skurlock, a stupid Antifa girl jumps on his back. This is a guy who's got a pistol in his hand, which of course then incites the mob to go ahead and jump on him. And then he's wrestling with 4 guys, pulls out his gun, fires twice. The rest of them run. And then finally this last kid jumps back on his back, starts choking him, and then he shoots him once.
Now,
and so he was cleared.
Go
ahead.
I believe he's the guy that, as that was happening, he's saying, "Please don't make me do this."
Yeah, he's begging them to get off of him the whole time.
Please don't make me do this. He does not want to shoot anybody.
Yeah.
Right. And so then when he finally did anyway, they initially didn't charge him. And then like it was self-defense. And then BLM freaked out and did what BLM does. And then so they went ahead and buckled and appointed an African-American prosecutor for political reasons. And then they went ahead and charged him. Now the way where it gets weird is that then he turns up in Portland dead outside of a hospital of apparent suicide. Which
really?
Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell is he doing in Portland? But the point is that that's where they found him. And then there was no anything. The whole thing is mysterious and crazy. And, but he just got forgotten about because it just got swallowed.
Well, that's the thing.
By everything that happened.
It got memory hold because he died and that was it.
All right, and he was like I said, he's literally backing away, saying, "I'm telling you, please stop, back away," and they won't listen, and they jump on him. They're fearless. That's the thing, is like they were absolutely fearless, moving on this guy with a pistol.
We forgot one important.
They didn't think he'd ever fire. That's why.
The important context that we forgot to relate to Carl is these gentlemen were smashing up the windows all up the street, and Jake Gardner and his father. I guess, was it Jake that owned the bar?
Yeah, Jake owned the bar.
They came out concerned that their business would be the next one to get the windows smashed.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was apparent that these guys were going to make trouble, they tried to back up. The father, who was an old man, mind you, got into an altercation with the gentleman, so he clearly had to defend his father.
Yeah.
And they jumped on his back. And he's begging them, please don't make me do this. And because they were choking him, he even let them choke him for a while. You know how Binger says, well, Kyle, you intended to kill them, right? This guy let them choke him. And I guess...
is screaming, get off me the whole time.
And I guess at the point when he realized they're going to choke him unconscious and he obviously take his gun, he shot him.
And when they interview this Antifa girl, she, of course, made it out to be... I had to protect those African Americans. Like I knew he was going to take their lives, and I had to protect them. And like when you watch this it's a gang. It looks like a gang attacking a guy. Like it just everything about it, the body language, all of it. I grew up in the ghetto, and I knew what those guys' intentions were, and they were not afraid of his gun. They were not afraid.
It stood out to me now because when you mentioned it, it was always him begging, "Please don't make me do this. Please, 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 get off of me."
Right.
At least that's what I remember. Maybe I'm getting the words wrong.
Well, it just sets a precedent, and that's why if Kyle goes down too, we're just kind of sending a message of, if you feel the need to riot for whatever purposes you think you have.
If CNN have lied to you about something and you're angry, you can go and do whatever you fucking want. Yeah, that's and the people involved who want to not have their shit destroyed, they don't actually have any rights to defend themselves. That's the message that's being sent.
It's the circumvention of the Second Amendment by an alternative route. It's okay, you can carry the gun, but God help you if you use it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, your life's over if you use it. It's like it's not on.
Which
and it's they tell you, because there's no other acceptable, like that's what I figured out through the course of the Rittenhouse thing and talking to these people, is that there's no acceptable outcome short of Rosenbaum beating him to death to those people. And they're not going to spit that out loud, but like, that's what, so like the kid, or not the kid, he's not a kid, he was an adult, but the guy that they kicked in the head in Portland that Drew Hernandez got on camera, like he was doing everything that they would have liked to have seen Kyle to do. And it's a surprise they didn't kill him. I mean, like they very easily could have, and they finally got the guy who did it, but it was because Drew was filming with a secret camera is the only reason they got that footage in the first place. And then they tried to say to him, well, you're playing things out of context. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just play the whole thing. And then you get to watch Black Lives Matter security literally just searching for white people to beat up the whole night. Yeah. And they did it to 2 others, including a trans woman who they were beating and robbing. It was like, it just, he just submitted the whole time. He did Vosh's submit to the mob, and it didn't work out for him. That was
I can't believe that didn't work.
Right, exactly. All it landed him.
I was told by a reliable source that if you submit to the mob, they'll spare you or something.
Right, exactly.
Well, the Vosh technique failed. I'm so surprised.
I can't believe it.
You actually
He's such a credentialed expert.
No, he wasn't.
And that's a guy who. Go ahead.
I'm noticing that the crowd outside the courthouse seems like more of the pro Kyle people have showed up now.
Good.
There's definitely a different vibe.
Because now it's like there's calm conversation going on. I guess now that more numbers have showed up to balance things out.
One of the things I've noticed that's different in this energy here is that they're actually keeping their hands to themselves. They're getting angry at each other. They're cussing at each other. But for the most part, they've said, I'll kick your, derriere a few times, but they haven't done anything to each other, which is surprising. It also kind of would incline me to believe that there's no Antifa present because they'd just start hitting people.
Well, I think counterintuitively that, let's say there was a verdict of Rittenhouse not guilty on all counts. Probably the riot would not be in Kenosha. I have a feeling it would be someplace else like Milwaukee or Chicago would probably be more likely to have.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you have a read on that?
I mean, it's not far away, is it really?
Well, there have been right-wing people who've shown up, and some of them, unfortunately, have been a little crazy, like just the kind of people that are out there shouting and yelling and screaming.
And that's just going to get featured on the news, I guarantee you.
Wow,
right, and so there have been enough people there to go, do you see what January 6th has done to our society? And so they've got their fodder, and looking at it on the ground, the only thing that I would take out of this that gives me any hope is that the people of Kenosha themselves are showing up and going, this is crap, stop, we're done with this, and calling them out. Like one of them literally just said, so how many cars are you guys going to destroy this time if he's innocent? So so it's not the same environment. And I think that, I don't know, there was an Antifa account that we were monitoring that, said if Kyle goes free, then we're going to burn the country down. And I do get the feeling that that's not going to go quite the same as they expect. But it's a question of whether or not he goes free at this point. One way or the other, though, this will have huge societal implications for the United States in regards to how protests are handled, because nobody's ever going to want to defend anything ever again, with Jake Gardner and Kyle Rittenhouse set next to each other. And the thing that's messed up, and I've made this point because, because of my history, I'm telling them, like, science, literally social science proves that violent activism and riots literally does not work. Like, it's not just that it's immoral, it doesn't work. In addition to that, science demonstrates, for example, that Los Angeles has not financially recovered from the Rodney King riots, and those were forever ago. So if their concern is poverty, they need to stop burning down communities. Like I usually bring up the point, they want their
radical notion.
Oh,
if you don't want to be impoverished, don't burn down everything you own.
It's even more. It's starker than
that. Go and think about this. I don't know.
I'm a radical centrist.
Yeah, I know, right?
I gave the term today that there's a radical center. I'm the alt center.
The only part of Los Angeles that recovered from the Rodney King riots was Koreatown, where the rooftop Koreans
gained their notoriety and fame. Yes,
because it's I live in New York, so there were massive race riots in the 1970s, and there are areas that if you could say they recovered, it's a very recent thing, and even then that's a stretch, because there's still buildings that are like still burned out, like just a few years ago, that were burned out in the 1970s.
Well, that's the point. One of the reasons I bring this up, because they're obsessed with like, well, why don't you teach about the Tulsa Race Massacre? And I'm like, no, let's talk about that for a few minutes, because why do you think the KKK went and burned down your community instead of burning down their own? Like, you know, what's the point of that? Do you understand what the point is? The point is that they wanted to, you know, ruin your financial future, and you complain about that. That's what happened. So then obviously the solution is to go destroy the economy where you live instead for no reason. And in addition to that, they usually try to defend it with things like saying like, well, you have to understand even the ones who are just apologists for it. They're like, you have to understand that it's due to the systemic situation in their communities and the poverty and the lack of jobs. I'm like, right. So you burn your city down, which literally makes all of those things happen more. Like,
well, one thing to remember is burning down the place you live shows a remarkable amount of defranchisement. You don't care about the place that you burn. And if they're doing it in the place that they live, then that's sad. You know, living in a place that they fucking hate and will happily burn down, that's fucking sad. So, you know, it's not that there's not problems. There are problems.
Well,
right. And my point was just to say that if they were educated, they would understand that this causes more of those problems. And instead you have people, they're advocating for it. Like they think that they will this will change things for the better if we do this. That's what I was getting at.
Well, think about the example of the Koreans themselves. Because these neighborhoods were depressed, right? The Koreans who can't come here, they have, you know, relatively little as well, but they put together capital. These are typically family-owned businesses. You know, they're little Korean stores and flower shops and things of that nature. And they take advantage of the fact that, well, nobody wants to invest in these neighborhoods. No business wants to rent these locations and operate a business here. So let's get $25,000 together and open our own businesses. Well, nothing is stopping the indigenous residents there from doing the same thing.
In fact, everyone around them was saying, why don't you start a business? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? That would be good for you.
But then they're envious of the Koreans who move into the area and say, well, the property values are cheap here. Rent is very cheap. They're just happy to have someone pay a rent to, fill the storefront. And
I think
then they're resented. So
I think that
was my point about,
that's for sure. I think that the problem that I see as somebody who grew up in those neighborhoods, and I talked to a guy named Pastor Corey Brooks, and he's actually an activist who works in Chicago, and his whole job, like what he does with his activism, is help the people of that community get into apprenticeships for the trades, which are exploding in the United States, get them jobs, get them out of school, get them, through school. I mean, get them to where, get their lives together. And his organization doing things like that struggles for funding. And meanwhile, Black Lives Matter is sitting on millions,
billions they're sitting on.
Right. Well, yeah. And I believe it. The problem is that anybody who actually lives in those communities knows that that's what's necessary. Like we could definitely talk about some kind of programs, but there's a cultural issue that they don't want to talk about. And I said culture and not race, because I grew up there. Like my little sister was younger when we moved there, so she is utterly absorbed in it. Like if you ever met us like together, you wouldn't believe we were related. Her culture is completely different than mine. And unfortunately, that a culture includes, being good in school is literally something you can be beaten up for. And violently. I don't just mean like typical, like 6 guys pounding on you kind of beat you up.
Yeah.
What comes out of that? Well, everybody wants to be a gangbanger, and and all the girls want to date them.
Mm.
All right, let's check in with what's going on in the courtroom. I'm on the Law and Crime Network. Looks like there may not be a verdict today because everyone's standing up. Looks like they're waiting for the jury.
One of the jurors said, "We didn't sit in your chair." So that's all.
Are you guys seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
The judge is speaking.
I presume, Judge, that the...
I don't want to ask
I'll
Sorry,
I'll give you the link.
Yeah,
I
I'm
want to
looking.
talk to the other jurors, the 6.
Is the court going to keep them around again for long?
Yes.
Good.
It's the YouTube channel for Law and Crime Network that I'm looking at. I put the link in the group chat.
Yeah. I never did get around to talking to the jury about the.
I'm basically just
ceiling
watching your
and,
stream with the volume turned down.
This court.
Kyle looks happy about something.
He's given a discussion of the courtroom itself, the architecture.
And the well.
He does talk about that building, like I think he talks about its history and stuff. I think people have noted that they felt that he was kind of perturbed when the rioters did damage to that place.
100 years ago this year.
Yeah, they mentioned how the hopper that they pulled the names of the jurors out of, or the
Parts of
numbers,
it still remain.
is the original one that from 100 years ago.
There's
Carl's
a
probably
quotation
laughing at
from
us because there are
Abraham
like
Lincoln
buildings in
that,
England like
he
1,000 years
gave
old,
to
probably.
the Young Men's
Yeah, there are. But it's okay.
Lyceum of Springfield.
He's like 100 years. What?
I understand. I'm given to understand that 100 years is a long time in America.
It's like you colonials need to learn about Stonehenge.
You just need to learn about stone, really.
Burned to death.
Like, you build everything out of wood, it's really bizarre.
St. Louis.
So I went to Ireland for a while, and some of the stone circles over there are just owned by private people, so they can literally be in cow pastures. It's crazy.
Yeah, I live a few miles away from a place called Avebury. It's an ancient stone circle.
Right now. But anyway, it runs all the way around.
I guess we want to hear what he's saying.
He's talking about architecture and
totally
the interior decor of the room.
In the 1960s.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go get another cup of tea, because if he's waffling on about this, then I've got a few minutes.
But he,
it's like he's a
got
tour
into
director.
A little bit of a row with the county authorities. He was of one party and they were of another, but I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But anyway, they air-conditioned the district attorney's office, but not the circuit judge. Well, he was a county judge.
I'll try to catch up on the super chats while we're waiting here.
And so he said, I'm going to...
The Gets said the weapons ban and Waco combined lost Clinton the election. Is Sargon familiar with Waco and Ruby Ridge? I'll ask him when he gets back.
I don't have any authority to pay for that. So
I certainly am. That was a cluster for sure.
He jailed the county clerk. And
Circle of Snakes super chatted. There are so many laws in the books, especially gun laws. No one lawyer or judge can know them all. It's a legal, legit problem.
For the courts to handle is a procedural
well,
error.
We saw here a professional judge in Wisconsin.
They avoided the
took them
subject.
days to
They did
figure out
discuss the fact that the
their
courts do
basic
have
gun
the
law for
authority to
minors.
order things that are necessary, and it seemed like the air conditioning.
Point creation super chatted.
Well,
Submission
anyway,
to
then they tore
tyrants
up the
only
ceiling.
emboldens them
And,
further.
Yep.
And that's now they're.
Someone asked if you were familiar with the incidents in America of Waco and Ruby Ridge.
We're not done.
Carl?
I am with Waco, not with Ruby Ridge.
And
those were famous incidents in the 90s, obviously, where the FBI and ATF abused families. In the case of Ruby Ridge, what was it? They did a purchase of a shotgun illegally or something?
They literally sent an FBI agent to him to ask him to illegally modify a shotgun undercover, and that's why it was so, because it was entrapment.
And they wound up killing his family, like with sniper.
Right, because they showed up. Yeah, it was crazy. Well, that's when the ATF and they were all trying to justify their budgets. So, like with the Waco thing, like the guy they were trying to get was David Koresh, and he would go jogging out of his compound literally every day. They could have picked him up anytime, but instead they had to launch this military assault on the building with all the media there to watch. It was terrible. And then they ended up burning the place down, and who did it is still under argument.
Any questions?
Super chat from Lucifer the Doberman. Anyone who would have Neil and Carl on deserves my sub.
Thanks. Yeah, he's one of my regulars.
I think we're all caught up now. So, is the judge going to dismiss the jury for the night?
Looks like it.
Okay, anything else? Okay, everybody have a wonderful evening.
Looks that way.
Oh, he is, yeah.
All right, we have a super chat coming in from MadStork91. He says that tell Sargon he still owes me an Anki Been with you since before GG, and you lifted my Anki in Arc, Sargon GTA.
Oh, I'm so sorry, man.
Is that an Ankylosaur? Did you used to play that?
Yeah. I play Ark every now and again.
Oh, you had a server. I just forgot.
Yeah, I did. Arch Warhammer's actually going to start a new server in December, I understand. So we'll be playing on that for a bit.
My clearest memory of that game is every time I would go into it, people flinging shit at each other, dinosaur shit.
Well, I haven't experienced that, but then I always played on like PvP servers, so you just kill each other instead.
No, I'm talking about people in the same clan.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I mean, that definitely happened.
But dinosaur shit is a serious feature to have in a video game.
Well, it's fertilizer in Ark, so
it was a resource.
Yeah, it's actually got a reason to happen and exist.
So and it looks like he dismissed the jury. They're still in deliberation, obviously, so no decision today. So no riot for those of you who are waiting around for that, I would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
We have the riot enthusiasts in the chat. It's sad that I as a streamer am identified with covering riots and warfare.
Oops.
Well, terrorist attacks, riots, and foreign conflicts was a large part of my channel for a long time.
Yeah.
And,
well, you're in the right town for it, since Black Lives Matter wants to riot, as a point of privilege.
But think about it; these are some of the most taboo subjects on YouTube. This is like,
well, right? only if you're independent. I mean, be reasonable, Neo.
I mean, I can't remember the last video of mine that have been monetized.
No, I'm not surprised.
But as far as the case against Rittenhouse, it looks like, I guess the way they're going to leave it is, gee, I hope the jury doesn't ask for this specific video that clearly is problematic. I'm using everyone's favorite word in the chat, problematic. And actually, today was a highlight because someone used the word chicanery unironically, and I forgot who it was. Was it? It was Richards. Remind me, chat. Was it Richards who used the word chicanery unironically?
A good word.
I would say if you get a chance to use it unironically, seize that opportunity.
Please define chicanery.
Trickery.
Ah. So it's like a fancy British word for trickery?
It's a little archaic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like when
it's not quite Chaucer, but yeah, it's maybe a century
when
old.
Binger said kerfluffle, I was like, what the hell is a kerfluffle? I was like, he had to have made that up.
It's a kerfuffle.
It's a real word, apparently.
Kerfuffle is the word, my American friends. Not a kerfluffle.
They use it in a Washington context for like the petty fights between politicians over nothing.
Yeah, that's what it means, that's why.
It's like much ado about nothing.
Yeah. But something that is a mountain out of a molehill, well, that's a kerfuffle.
It's a little bit derogatory when you use it too. It's like this is not real meaningful conflict.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got an air of condescension about it.
Then they will come back tomorrow, and so with this judge, this is Bruce Schroeder is his name. I don't know how you go forward with the case. With basically, it seems like we're just gonna hope and pray the jury doesn't want to see this specific video. And then if they ask to see the video, what do they do then? Does he then hold a hearing where he's gonna have to put the lawyers on the stand and ask what they know about? Because think about it, Armstrong, it turns out, is not really an expert on that video because he can't authenticate the algorithm used to produce it. He said he used the bicubic algorithm. The instruction manual says don't use this for evidence. Well, apparently he didn't know that because he would have said so in his testimony. It says for investigative use it's fine, but don't base evidence on algorithm or evidence generated by an AI. Technically, I don't think AMP is an AI, but I mean it certainly is creating evidence that didn't exist that night. I mean, when it's just interpolating pixels.
That's going to be something that they're going to have to nail down because they can't be arguing that. I mean, I guess what I'm worried about is that this will become the precedent, and it's like how long is it going to be before stuff's going to get deep fake?
In 2021 that this issue has come up in court before.
Well, why? Why? I mean, the technology isn't actually that old.
These algorithms are not. They're not new. They've been around.
The world moves slowly.
I mean, before the only difference.
The world outside of the internet moves very slowly.
The only difference between now and say 20 years ago is that it would have taken a hell of a lot longer to render it. You know.
Sure.
But you could render video back then, high quality, like Hollywood would make movies, and they would have reams of computers working on it.
But this is specialized technology you're talking about. Like you'd be an expert to be able to do that.
I can't believe they had a police witness testify as an expert based on he used the pinch zoom feature on his iPhone. Did I remember that wrong, V Radio?
Yeah, that's basically what it amounted to. And they brought him in, and he couldn't answer the question that they asked him about whether or not
he didn't
would have
create
altered
the videos. He wasn't there. How is he vouching for their authenticity?
It doesn't make any sense at all. And part of the problem is that like some of these technologies are still kind of being worked on. So like as far as to what they actually do, that's why there was a moment where the judge was like, well, we're going to need to stop and get expert testimony. And I was like, well, that would be a good solution. And instead we're just going to wing it because nobody knew the goddamn answer about whether or not the stuff did what they, what they said it did. And of course the prosecution thinks it's just fine. And of course the defense thinks it's just not. And nobody had the energy like, okay, well, if none of you know, then what the hell are you doing? This kid's life is in the balance.
Yeah. Why are we even having this conversation?
I think the CEO of the company, Amped, has commented on this case, has he not? Because
yes, well, somebody read a statement that said that pictures made in that way should not be used for evidentiary purposes, but I don't remember who it was.
Now, I'm sure he as the CEO would defend his software and not imply that it was somehow faulty. But I would have to think that you could call whoever at the company is responsible for writing the code to testify as to the exact function of the algorithm.
Well, it's an algorithm that's made with the intent of you're out with your family and maybe you get a picture of little Timmy's soccer game or something, and
it's not a critical, use case.
It's just, it was so silly that the version of what it is that they were dealing with literally would have to move the gun to Kyle's other hand, and we're having a serious conversation about it. It doesn't make any sense.
There are objects in the foreground, such as cars, for which I think it would be perfectly fine to use that evidence. Did the car strike the person? But for Kyle in these videos, at the
something
distance
detailed,
he's like maybe a few pixels high.
Well, in addition to the fact that they pointed out that the person that he's allegedly brandishing at is not even in the photo. Like, you can't even clearly identify that Zeminski is even there.
He's a ghost.
And the direction that they're pointing the gun, I'm like, what is he pointing at? Like it looks like he's shooting over the Duramax, not at Zeminski. Zeminski's actually like 10 feet or so around the Duramax at the moment that they paused that video. And the fact that they can't clarify where Zeminski is, I'm like, okay, so this is a picture of you allegedly claiming that he's lifting his gun for some reason magically in the wrong hand, and you cannot even identify who he's brandishing at. These are the kinds of arguments that we would make because we've watched the damn videos.
I have to cut in here, guys. There are arrests being made right now in front of the Kenosha courthouse. I'll put the link.
Oh, I see it.
The Raquetta Law is showing it right now. I'll put the link in our group chat. Let me turn on the sound. Police are arresting people.
Anyone exciting looking?
I think we're going to need more cops.
Well, they've got some people on the ground. They look like Black Lives Matter activists.
You said that with the same tone as from Jaws when they said, I think we're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going at it.
Yeah, throwing them in a van.
Yep.
I'm honestly surprised. That's why I thought it was unusual that they were keeping their hands to themselves, and I knew it wasn't going to last.
This is surprising because it's still daylight in Kenosha. It's like 4:49 in the afternoon.
Unless they've got a lot more in reserve held.
The sun is still out.
Could just be from this perspective, but
The few times that I looked, I was like, they were screaming at the top of their lungs at each other. Like that's why I was astonished that nobody was fighting.
Line. You want to have a bunch that you can just roll out fast.
The trolley just came by, ironically
the
enough.
FBI
The
has
yellow
an
one.
interesting strategy where they put people on the other side of the riot line.
I
That
can
must
pretty
look
much
silly.
guarantee they probably do.
Oh no, it's a trolley. You're right.
It's a trolley.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot they had those.
The trolley goes right by the courthouse.
Because one of my streamers was out there and he walked by that. And I'm like, really?
I'm gonna try to. I have the courthouse streams, a whole page of them on my. I think RT had a camera out there.
I think I'm going to have to head off, chaps.
Thank you for joining
Sargon.
The stream, Sargon. It was very
Anytime, man.
very nice of you.
Let me have my brief fanboy moment. I've been a fan of yours for a long time. You're one of the people who inspired me to finally get on YouTube.
Oh, well, thank you very much. And thank you for doing the good work, by the way. It's glad to see that it's paying off.
Well, if you ever want to talk to me on your stream about it, I'd be happy to share my experiences.
Well, thanks very much. I'm sure I'll speak to you again in the future about all of this stuff, because I'm sure Neo will be like, hey, let's do this again, which would be cool. But anyway, thanks for having me on, Neo. It's been fun, and I'll speak to you on Discord. Take it easy. Bye.
Good night. Yeah, they're now the sun is starting to go down, so that must have been video from a little while ago.
I am astonished that it took that long for them to get violent. I was giving them credit at first. I'm like, man, nobody's punched anybody yet. Like, at one point, the crazy dude, there was this crazy right-winger with a megaphone, he was just screaming like QAnon level insanity. And he elbowed one of Black Lives Matter protesters, and the guy just took it. I was like, oh, he's going to get him. And like, nope, it didn't happen. And then they just kept physically calmly, mentally screaming at one another. It was like, oh boy, this is going to go bad. And it didn't. I was kind of surprised. I don't know if it's just that they recognize that they can't, but the energy, the reason that's why I said the energy was different was like, after you've watched so much of that footage of that night, the energy that night was very different. Like it was harsh. Like you've watched the video of them fighting over the stupid dumpster fire. Like that's the level of tension you're at, that you're going to get up in people's faces and have a gang fight over a dumpster fire. Like, what mental place are you in at that point?
It looks like there are a lot more people with American flags out there now than there were before.
Right. Yep, it does look like that. But there was only one girl. That was one thing that did happen, and to her credit, she just kept smiling and laughing at them. But she had something about, self-defense is not murder on her sign. And Black Lives Matter surrounded her. They took her sign and tore it up, but they didn't hurt her. And then somebody else came and kind of pulled her away to get her out of their mass. But
the only thing I saw before that was near violent was a reporter, one of the Black Lives Matter people, smashed his camera. And he went to the police and started complaining. And two of the Black Lives Matter activists, two older guys, came over and offered to pay for his camera any damage. So that kind of got squashed there.
Well, that's good, and maybe they're starting to recognize that that's what they need to do. That's what my big frustration this whole time has been, is like, because I said I was in the Occupy movement. I keep looking at these things through that lens, and I'm like, if somebody did something like that in Occupy, people would have ran over there to prevent that from continuing. There wouldn't be more posturing. There would be de-escalation the whole time. That's not an energy that BLM usually has, unfortunately.
Well, it was, these were two older guys, literally seniors. So it looked like they wanted to, they saw the guy complaining to the cops. Maybe they thought that would poison the cops against them. It was still early at that point.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I'm wondering how long this is going to go on, and the problem, especially, you've been streaming it and so have I. You get all these people who come in and they say, is there a time on the deliberations? I don't think they get that it's really kind of when they're done. And for you and me covering something like that, that puts us in this unique situation where we're sitting around because we don't want to miss it, right? But it's like a game of hurry up and wait, hurry up and wait. You know, like, okay, maybe we're ready to go. No.
I mean,
we're just talking about some meaningless thing.
And you can't talk about it for 8-9 hours straight. You got to talk about other stuff that's going on, you know?
Right, exactly.
I mean, I haven't covered a minute of the Ahmaud Arbery trial, which is going on simultaneously.
I haven't had a chance to even look at it, and it's because of the fact I've been so enmeshed in
the prosecution rested already. I think they're into defense now.
Jeez, that must have been a hell of a lot more simple to understand, that's for sure.
Well, it's not quite as clear cut as Kyle's. I'll say that. It's I think those guys are going to be found guilty of something.
Right, and the funny thing is I keep looking at these polls on all of these streams, like Law and Crime. Everybody's saying, like, by the majority, feel that Kyle should be not guilty, and that's why that was the part that bugs me the most. That and actually, I wish I'd mentioned this while Sargon was on, because he talks about Yuri, was just Yuri talking about how you're going to get to a point when you're destabilized that. Or demoralized that even good information isn't going to change your mind, and that's exactly where we are. Like I just shared a link that was shared on Yahoo. No, Wendy Rittenhouse did not drive Kyle to the goddamn protest.
Again, I saw that criticism, and I'm like, did they not watch Kyle Rittenhouse's testimony? He drove himself. They tried to make a big deal that he didn't have his license at the time.
Right.
Like, clearly his mother didn't drive him. I don't think Kyle, when he went there that morning, he realized he was going to defend a business later that night.
Right,
so how
exactly.
would she know what he was going to do? Because I was under the impression that Kyle met one of the Sal or Sam, one of the Kadiri brothers, and then learned about the situation with the stores at that time. So he was already in Kenosha, I think, when he found out about it.
So one of my sources just sent me a message. You want me to read it?
Go ahead.
They're breaking for the night. We already knew that. No verdict tonight. The judge is currently talking about Abraham Lincoln. Okay, well, we went over that. Jury observations. 3 female jurors wearing masks. They all look tired, not a lot of smiles. They mostly all voted to go home for the night. Tilts slightly female. The 2 younger men made the final jury. One is the only juror who appears non-white. The jury is otherwise middle-aged to elderly, probably 45 to 65. Jury spent the afternoon asking for multiple videos, including the drone video and video of the moments after Grosskreutz was shot. Okay, that was news. I didn't know about that. Outside the scene, getting chaotic and tense. That part we did know about. But yeah, I know some people in Kenosha specifically that befriended me because they appreciated what we did.
Well, it's... The courtroom stuff, I'm amazed that someone hasn't doxed the jurors with, like some kind of hidden camera. Because...
Right, well, that's what they were trying to do. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean inside the courtroom, but maybe they really... Do they, take your phone away when you go in there, or...?
I don't know if they take your phone, but it would not... You'd get in trouble, that's for sure. I would imagine that somebody would see you doing that. But that's what the whole Cortez Rice stupid thing was about. Was like they were implying... He was apparently incorrectly, accidentally implying that he knew people in the courtroom that were snapping shots at the jury. And I had to shut that down pretty hard because then he just accused anybody who said that about him of racism. And I was like, nope, that's not what happened, dude. You said something stupid. But the point is that, yeah, there are people who have those concerns. But the judge just flat out said that, like, a cop caught them filming who was getting off that bus. And that part was, like, for sure not, like, internet rumor. It was at the beginning of one of the trial days. I want to say it was yesterday.
I mean, because if you can get in a courtroom, you pretty much can see the jury. They're sitting there all day. And if you have a phone in your pocket and you just leave it recording, I mean, I don't know. Or some kind of hidden camera like Drew Hernandez does.
Right, and that's why it's not impossible, and that's why I'd be worried about it too. But it's another reason why this should have just been decided somewhere outside of Kenosha. But the thing I'm worried about now as it goes on is the fact that they're still asking questions. And I think part of the problem is we don't know what they knew ahead of time. We don't know what their bias was ahead of time. And I've definitely learned a lot about the screwed up parts of this system. Like, I'm still not happy with the way that Final Thoughts works, like, well, or whatever it is, the final statements, because, they both go, and then one of them gets to go again, and I was like, that doesn't feel right to me. Like, the problem is you want everybody able to make all of their statements, but like, the fact that there's a third opportunity for the, third opportunity for them to talk, but second opportunity for the prosecution, it doesn't sit right with me, especially since they're at that point allowed, because they're in the stage where they're allowed to say almost whatever they want, because it's final statements. You can see Richards shifting in his chair like, Jesus, like while they're talking. Anyway, go ahead.
It looks like the black nationalists have returned, because they're now marching through the streets. Are you watching the...
Yeah, I am.
This is... What stream am I watching? Oh, you're watching my stream, so you see what I'm watching.
Yeah, that's the safest way.
So these guys are flying this was identified earlier in the stream as a Pan-African flag. I just thought that's an odd flag to fly down the streets of Kenosha.
Do you remember? You're the one who covered it. Those weird guys who were trying to travel, who got pulled over with a gun, and that was the flag they were using. They were claiming to be a sovereign nation. Do you remember that? I want to say it was on your stream.
I think of Tripoli. All right,
they were trying to be all peaceable the whole time, but they claimed to be another country.
In the end, though, I was kind of... They're ridiculous, but they didn't really do anything wrong, legally.
Right, it just seemed to me that they had some weird beliefs, but I didn't... Like, when I watched those guys, I didn't get the impression that I would really care if they drove through my neighborhood. Like, but, there's a militant aspect, though, to some of the people who fly that flag, and it makes you wonder what they're up to.
Well, they claim that the United States is theirs.
Right? Oh,
by
that was
virtue
just
of
bizarre.
some fictitious treaty. Super chat from Circle of Snakes. Sucks trusting your life to 12 people that weren't smart enough to get out of jury duty. Let me turn up the volume. Now they're talking about Julius Jones.
Yeah, it's another case I need to know more about that I didn't look into because I've been up to my neck with this.
Actual Justice Warrior is very deep into Julius Jones. But they link everything together. That's another thing. So everything is conflated. This is all part of one grand narrative. So Kyle Rittenhouse has to go to prison because of Julius Jones and George Floyd and that whole thing.
Well, one of your chatters made a very astute observation. BLM must be low on funds, and I think that's a legitimate point. And even outside of tongue in cheek, for the reasons that we've already discussed the last time I was on with you, there's a huge grift, and if they're not getting donations, then they need another incident. Like, these people would literally be out of a job if for some reason racism and police brutality suddenly went away.
Now I noticed they're marching past the news trucks. Is this a strategic choice? Get on TV?
Probably. The other thing, if you notice, like New York City, BLM disaffiliated from the national group, and I think it's largely because it's just these chapters are realizing they're not getting any money from the national group, so now they need to get money for themselves.
You're talking about the organization run by Hawk Newsom.
Was
New
it
York City Black Lives
Burning
Matter.
Riots and Bloodshed?
They've never been affiliated with the national Black Lives Matter. Because of that reason, they're like, listen, man, these people, they don't give us anything. So why should we take direction from them?
Even Vice did a bit about that, which kind of surprised me. But apparently there are multiple groups within Black Lives Matter that are getting sick of it.
But, Hawk Newsom has never... I don't think they've ever... Because they've always been disavowed by National Black Lives Matter, even 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, I can't really blame them because he's like a quintessential bad example for them.
Yeah, they disavowed him because he's just said some crazy shit in the past.
I'm glad to know that. I didn't know that. We learn something new every day.
Sometimes he's reasonable. Like I actually saw him one time talk to Trump supporters and actually shake their hands and all that. But then other times he says stuff that's can only be construed as threats of violence and things like that.
Well, like, did you see him interact with was that Dan Bongino? I'm probably mispronouncing his name. But he wouldn't denounce riots.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's the National Black Lives Matter started disavowing him, so it's like a mutual kind of contempt. Anytime he does something, they're like, he's not with us, and if you ask him about the national thing, he says they're not affiliated.
That actually makes me happy that they did that, because frequently they don't say a word. Like they just
well, there was a brief period of time when the Black Lives Matter New York actually tried to distance itself from Hank Newsom, claiming that he didn't actually lead the group, this, that, and the other. But that was like after he said something particularly odious, I think.
Did you get a chance to? Well, I mean, yeah, he goes on Fox News and gives them all the fodder they could ever possibly want. Like he just says it right to their face. I included that in one of my docs. Was like the part where he's like, "We'll burn down the system, or we'll get what we want." Or essentially, he was like, he just openly said that on Fox News. Like if you're BLM at that point, you're like, Jesus, what did he just do?
Do you find it odd that these people don't realize the optics of people flying open communist regalia and black nationalist flags, how that might look to, say, Joe Normie?
I think the problem is that a lot of people are not educated about what they mean. So, for example, when I said Antifa was a communist organization, the current breed of leftist doesn't know that. And when I say, well, this is an anarcho-communist flag, I'll get, laugh reacts because you're on Facebook and that's what you do anytime somebody makes an argument you don't have an answer for is laugh at them. But it's like, well, there is no anarcho-communist flag. I'm like, no, I assure you there is. But I realized, I'm like, why would they know that? But whereas like back in Occupy, everybody knew because they were flying those flags and they were open about it. And now you're starting to see that they're getting more brazen about it. There was a clip on Twitter I shared recently where not only did they have anarcho-communist red and black flags that are a little harder to recognize, now they carry flags of like literally the Soviet Union, flags with Stalin and Mao like standing like as if it's like
the Boston Antifa guys, right?
Yeah, and nobody's getting it. I'm like, how do you guys not pick up on this?
They were beating up like that's the thing. The Boston event, I'm expecting them to be fighting like, say, a Proud Boys element or something, and I'm like, they're fighting boomers. What is this? How is it?
Right.
I'm like, they're fighting like middle-aged and senior citizens, and I'm like, these are the Nazis?
Right.
It was like,
well, they don't. Go ahead.
Boomers flying American flags and singing patriotic songs.
Did you see the clip where, like, okay, a Bernie supporter with an American flag showed up, ironically, to protest fascism with an American flag, and Antifa surrounded him, and he explained why he had it, and they beat the snot out of him, and he was on the ground like he had a head wound on his back of his head and everything, because they don't want American flags anywhere. And if you study Yuri Bezmenov, at the end of his talk with J. Edgar Griffin, Yuri says that, because he's like, well, what can we do? He's like, well, the cure for this is patriotism. So that's why they can't allow us to have any patriotism, and then they need to identify any patriotism as fascism, because that way they can call anybody who has an American flag a Nazi. It's just a slow cook effect, and they're just slowly introducing the symbols more and more to get us more and more comfortable with it.
Looks like they just entered a structure and kind of like messed with the stream.
Probably.
You can still hear their audio, but their video is like, here, now it's back. They were in a
tunnel. It's been a while since I did that. Right, well, yeah, it looks like concrete. That would wreak havoc on your cell phone.
What is this area they've entered? It's a railroad crossing they're going over. They're crossing railroad tracks. It's like they've left the main area of the downtown and they're like in the... Are they like going to where the site of the shootings was?
That's possible. God, if I had any of my Kenosha people around, I could ask them.
It's not far from the courthouse, from what I understand, obviously. Because you know, that's where they were trying to push the dumpster to. I believe was the courthouse, was it not? That night.
I think so. That's a good question.
That's where the police were kind of had their protection, was that courthouse area. Either that or the police station. It was either or. And I don't think they're that far away anyway. Probably the police station is like down the street from the courthouse.
I know that they attacked the courthouse at one point, and I know that the reason Kyle couldn't turn himself in Kenosha was because the police station was barricaded.
It had one of those anti-riot fences around it. It was basically under siege. And they've been chanting this all day. Anthony and JoJo, right, for Huber and Rosenbaum. JoJo is literally a child molester, a rapist.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Sorry, sorry not to interrupt you. Go ahead. That drove me nuts. I was watching that all day.
See the Geth super chats. Joe Normie gets his info filtered through CNN. 2, when they're literally screaming, "Shut it down!" Can these people be arrested for jury intimidation? Nah, it's a First Amendment issue. I mean, they would have to be shouting direct threats, if the jury doesn't do what we want, we burn. We burn something. And even that, who knows? They probably still couldn't do anything.
Can you imagine though, how it's kind of strange? How often does Black Lives Matter come out and protest to try to push that somebody's guilty? That never happens. It's always unless it's a cop, right?
It's a bizarre thing where you have to tear the system down, except for when we want someone persecuted.
Right, exactly, and it's messed up, and that's, I often go through in my head Marvel's What If. You ever read a What If comic book?
Yeah.
Imagine what if Gage Grosskreutz killed Kyle Rittenhouse.
Then we wouldn't have heard about this. He'd been called a active shooter or gunman. And the heroic BLM stopped the terrorist attack on their protest.
Well, and think about the fact that one of the things that Gage said during his testimony was even more disturbing, was that and I don't necessarily believe him, but he said that he thinks Kyle said, "I'm working with the police," and then he testified that he believed that was an extension of what Ryan Balch told them earlier, was that the police said, "We're going to drive them towards you and then you can deal with them," implying that the police wanted the protesters to be killed by the Kenosha Guard. And so he at that point stated that he was going out of his way to apprehend this kid, and nobody pushed that point. And he also was allowed to mischaracterize what he was doing. "I'm not chasing him. I was never chasing him."
You're running down the street of a guy that's 200 feet in front of you and pulling out your gun.
Right, and what does that mean? Well, it means that I'm not chasing him, I'm running sprints to stay in shape or something. It just didn't make any sense.
They've stopped in some kind of park and there's fires burning here. We got fire in a garbage can. We've got these kind of gas torches burning fires.
Looks kind of weird. Now they're going to sacrifice a cow or something.
And from the depths of their hearts, they can't say how much this has meant to them for us to rock the front steps like we've been doing since this thing started.
What is he chanting? Because I can't. I need to throw the link in the chat, and I'll go watch what you're watching so I can hear it.
And just like I'm not going to let you individuals down and stand around us tonight, collectively, we're not going to let Anthony and JoJo down. Collectively, we're not going to let little Jake down. 7 shots in the back.
They're not going to let Anthony and JoJo down. The felon and the pedo.
So we have some people that have been supporting us since we got here. Locke, leaders of Kenosha, Kyle, Flood, and many other organizations that have been kind enough to the Blake family.
We're still talking about Jacob Blake like he's the victim.
The Blake family.
And that's just hellified.
The paralyzed rapist who fought the police in the middle of stealing a car and kidnapping 2 kids.
It's another scenario that really proves how bad the media is. because they still don't have that straight yet either. Like, people I talk to still
he was there to break up a fight. You didn't hear?
Right.
So today, I will give everybody a badge who calls us. You are officially change makers and activists for the rest of your life. Is that understood? Yeah. Make some noise. Push the Blake family, Locke, and other organizations will be signing certificates for your efforts.
Certificates?
The Blake family is going to sign certificates?
And 2021.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, we're going to bow our heads real quick. I'm not going to say a prayer. We're just going to be quiet for a moment. Think about Anthony and JoJo.
They're victims.
Their girlfriend, their fiance.
JoJo, the pedo.
Think about what this really means.
JoJo the Chomo.
And what change looks like. And how you can be a part of that. We can't ask everybody to do us right if we don't do each other right. This is time to put that petty bullshit to the side. This is time for unity like we've never seen in this world's history, baby.
So speaking of Gage, did you see his the video of his his October arrest on a DUI?
Oh, there's a video. No, I didn't get to see that.
Well, you were mentioning his hostility to police. It's clear that he's an anti-police guy. He was very standoffish.
No, I believe you.
I mean,
Yeah, I can believe that.
He wouldn't even tell him his name.
Oh, was he pulling like a sovereign citizen thing or something?
Nah, he basically was, I just want to talk to my lawyer, blah, 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 but he wouldn't even give so much as his name.
I wonder if that's one of the drunk with a gun charges he got, because I think he had like 3 of them.
This one, he blew up 3 times the legal limit. And 6 days before he testified, the charges were dropped. Because had he taken a stand with those charges, his whole criminal history would have been up, because they would have it would have been allowed for the defense to ask, well, why are you out on bond? You know?
When I was listening to your stream earlier when I was at the vet with my cat, like you and Sargon were talking about the fact that like he didn't understand why we're not allowed to talk about what they did. And it's funny is that they got close when they tried to make Anthony Huber look like a nice person, and then the defense was like, hey, if we want to talk about Anthony Huber, I got stuff to talk about. And I was like, geez, I thought I knew this case. And then they start talking. I'm like, what? Oh my God, this is worse than I thought, because they had more details.
Yeah.
Because all I had was his court records that showed what the charges were. I didn't know the full details of what he did. And then they just start laying it out. I'm like, this guy's not just a thug, he's a psychopath.
Well,
like, that guy's crazy.
I also told Sargon when it came out who they think the jump kick man is. He apparently is in jail right now. He went to, as of yesterday, he was listed as in custody of the sheriff's department in their jail. Well, it seems like yesterday was the day suddenly that their system for checking who's in jail or not was down for maintenance.
Funny that.
Unscheduled. But if you go there today, put in the name of the guy, yep, he's there. Being held with no bond. It says bond 0 because he doesn't have it.
Did StreamYard go down for you?
StreamYard?
Yeah, StreamYard just died on me. I don't know if you use StreamYard or not.
No,
but...
I use Streamlabs OBS.
Oh, okay, yeah. I use OBS too, but StreamYard helps you with different things. But anyway, yeah, like the whole website crashed and like knocked a bunch of people off their streams. Anyway, sorry about the shop talk. I was just like, I wonder if it went down for you. Like, my guy from the Czech Republic, didn't bother him, but like a lot of people in America got knocked off that website.
Who's this Maya girl?
I don't know.
Okay, we can't be out here trying to fight these people. So what are they out here standing for? Self-defense is not a crime. We know it wasn't self-defense. They will do anything to convict us. How do we make half of the prison? How do we make half of the prison population and we only 13% of the country.
Oh, she's so close. Did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
She's so close to awakening.
Right on the edge.
How did we make up half the prison population if we're only 13%?
I was like, wait, take her hat off. Is that Candace Owens?
Base.
Candace Owens. Candace Owens slipped into a BLM pre-test.
Violence interrupters. Yes, Rosenbaum was all about that violence interruption. That's the other thing. If they know who Jump Kick Man was, I am shocked. I would be shocked if they don't know who Yellow Pants was. Because unlike Jump Kick Man, they got video of his face and his associates.
Right.
And they said that they couldn't really find Jump Kick Man on their own until he came in on his own, because they didn't have enough video of his face to run facial recognition. Well, I don't think that's the case with Yellow Pants, because they have him at multiple sites. He was at the dumpster fire stuff.
Somebody said he was pushing the wheelchair. I haven't been able to confirm that, but there was somebody in a wheelchair.
The prosecution showed that after the shooting, he was pushing the wheelchair. At least they say that. I believe it. I mean, it looked like it to me.
No, it's totally reasonable. I never looked at him again. But I mean, the funny thing is that now people are bringing up, but he reenacted how Kyle allegedly brandished at him. It was low ready, as in he walked up and had a gun in his hand, pointed down, and said, "Hey, get off the car."
The guy pushing the wheelchair was Jump Kick Man, not Yellow Pants.
Right. Okay, I got confused. You're right.
But that's the other thing. The prosecution makes assertions that as if Kyle admitted to things that he never did. You're right. The low ready thing is not pointing a gun at somebody. That's just like how you can hold the gun.
He could have just, that's how Kyle held the gun like all night. So he could have just been walking over there and saying, "Hey, get off the car."
I think people don't realize, if you've never walked with a rifle before, the sling, if you just walk and don't hold the gun, it just keeps banging into you.
Right, which is another reason why when they were trying to imply that his gun is in his left hand for some reason, which is, or even slung in that direction, and so like you're gonna have a rifle in your left hand for some reason, or near your left hand, while you're carrying a fire extinguisher in the same hand. Nobody would do that. And all of the pictures of him walking up to it, including the one that's up close, and then leading up to him getting to car source, he has the fire extinguisher in his left hand and the gun in his right hand. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, and nobody went over that. I'm like, this is a basic premise of debate. Why are you not talking about how absurd this is? When I talked to Shafrasi, he acknowledged that was part of it, but they haven't even been able to they haven't even really been able to argue it. And that's one of the things that's so screwed up about the picture and the video kind of being introduced towards the end, is that they didn't even get an opportunity to develop an argument for what's going on there. And that's the only other theory I have, would not be very popular, but it makes me wonder if something along the lines of Kyle. I mean, like, for me, when I look at what happened, Zeminski moves at Kyle and he has a pistol in his hand, and it's very obvious.
Yep.
And then he shouts at him, and and that's the
Kyle's initial move is not to run towards the lot. He first moves towards the street, to the gutter.
And right. Well, he backs away from them first.
Yeah, he's avoiding Zeminski. Then he spots Rosenbaum and runs the other way.
Right, exactly. And that's exactly what I knew in my head, and that's why I had to run back and look for it. But the fact that the defense was never in a position to go ahead and play that video that I put on my channel, which is like literally that moment. The problem is that the person who took that zooms over to where that's happening right before it starts. So like there's like 0.5 seconds that's not accounted for. I mean, it's such a tiny period of time. But no matter what, it shows what gun hand Kyle had the gun in, so that should have been enough right there. But they're in a position where they didn't get to argue that. And I think it's largely because I don't think the defense fully understood what Binger's strategy was going to be. And for a long time, I was waiting for the other shoe to drop, because Binger was wasting so much time And then he just drops this bombshell of, look at this picture, is this you? That's why he asked him. It's like, I think he was hoping to get a reaction out of Kyle. So the cynical part of me would say, did he at some point put his gun at low ready even, or even just have it in their direction? And then the defense advised him not to say that? Like, because you could look at it like this too. The defense is kind of like really hammering down that they don't want this video watched, you know, and they have a legitimate argument, which is just, you guys gave it to us too late, you know. But then the question is, what is in it? Like, what is it possible they're afraid of something? And I'm just speaking objectively here. I'm still 100% that even if like they did, because he's got a guy with a pistol in his hand, but they never made that argument, moving at him, they mishandled that entire encounter. If it were me, if I was a lawyer at the time, you do the following. He walks up, puts down the fire extinguisher, man lunges at him with a pistol in his hand, screams, "You won't do, you know, shit, motherfucker." Then he backs away, which is visible, and then you hear that's the other thing, is they keep mischaracterizing that noise. I've listened to that under high quality headphones turned up really loud, trying to hear what I'm listening to be able to get every little detail. And what I hear is like a womp, 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 like somebody's just making a noise. Like it's not gun, gun, gun. It's not kill, kill, kill. At least that's not what I hear. It just sounds like somebody making noise specifically to, it sounds like Rosenbaum's just trying to startle Kyle. And then Kyle runs, and that's the chase. But they didn't talk about that. So then you get to Kyle keeps running, and Kyle testified to point that he's pointing his gun at Joseph Rosenbaum. And then he doesn't stop running, so he keeps going. Then he gets to the corner. As he's getting there, you hear the gun go off because Zeminski fires a shot. He turns and fires. The issue of provocation is, if you're arguing provocation, it doesn't matter under Wisconsin self-defense law, even if you did provoke, if you have the reasonable belief that your life is in danger.
Yep.
So then you got to deal with, well, he's unarmed and Kyle's not. That all flies out the window if you emphasize that a gun went off by somebody who moved at him aggressively, with his gun. There was no reason Kyle running away from Zeminski would have any reason to believe that gunshot was not aimed at him. That's the problem. And then they let that go. And so now Binger said, you've already said that the gunshot had nothing to do with your decision to shoot Rosenbaum. I'm like, oh, facepalm.
I mean, a good way to explain it in the closing argument would have been, someone could break into your house, and threaten your life. But if they all of a sudden, in the middle of that crime, change their mind, leave, and then go 3 blocks away, you cannot then leave your house, run after them for 3 blocks, and then hit them from behind and shoot them.
That was the point that... Go ahead.
That's not self-defense. Then you'd be charged with assault and if you shot them, attempted murder or murder.
That was the point the defense made was he didn't have to chase him. Like, he didn't have to chase him. Like, he left. Like, that was the point the defense made. He didn't have to. Rosenbaum didn't have to chase Kyle. That was one point they made that was correct. I just don't think they emphasized enough about how much danger Kyle could have felt he was in.
I mean, how could you can't have provocation if the guy literally ran 2 blocks away and after being hit in the head multiple times, still kept running until he fell and could run no more. All possibility of retreat had been exhausted. He was on his back. So and Wisconsin in the first place doesn't even have a duty to retreat. So he had already exceeded his the bare minimum. The only reason he would have had to run is if he had provoked the attack. So let's say, you're absolutely right, let's say he had provoked it by pointing his weapon at Zeminski. Well, he's fleeing from Rosenbaum, so any potential threat to Zeminski by definition is over. Him saying friendly fulfills the there's also a need that you have to communicate your intent to de-escalate. Was that the other part of it? Well, if he's running after saying friendly, he's clearly indicating he's not hostile.
Friendly should have been emphasized a lot more. That's another thing, is at one moment Binger objects to something and says nothing about friendly should be mentioned, And I can't remember the context, but it was clear that Binger did not want them talking about that. So that's what he's doing. He's charging up on a bunch of people and screaming friendly, friendly, friendly while branding his weapon at them offensively, aggressively. It doesn't make any sense.
And so the first incident is over. He's running. Grosskreutz catches up to him and with his own video asks him what he's doing. Says something to the effect, it's not exactly clear what he's saying, but it's clear he's saying either I'm going to the police or I'm something to the police. It was his answer. It was unintelligible, the middle part, but you see him jogging towards the police. He's not shooting anyone at that time. He's not even aiming his gun in a menacing fashion. He's not brandishing. He's jogging towards the police line, which is clearly visible in the distance, on the next block. So what was Grosskreutz's and the others' rationale for attacking him? They didn't see him shoot Rosenbaum. So just on the word of a random mob saying, get him, you're legally entitled to assault someone? I don't think so.
In addition, he said what his reasoning was. He thought that Kyle was working with the police to kill protesters, which only makes it worse. So it's like, what's your plan? You're going to apprehend him and hold him or something? That's why it was it wasn't like they were trying to make sure he got arrested. Gage was trying to prevent him from getting to the cops because he thought he was working with the cops to kill protesters. That's what he testified to, which only makes this situation a hell of a lot more dicey. And it makes Gage look more of an Antifa freaking, revolutionary nutcase. It's like, well, what do you think is going on?
It gets even worse because now you're seeing multiple people attack Kyle. You testify you're concerned that, the attacks they're making will give him head trauma. So then why did you feel it was necessary to join in that attack? Grosskreitz's testimony is hard to square for me. Wow.
He was the best witness for the defense by far.
All the courthouse live streams have pretty much ended.
Well, it looks like Black Lives Matter led them away and then just told them, hey, we're not doing violence today. So
it looks like whatever situation is outside the courthouse seems to have fizzled out. I mean, there's a bunch of live streams up now just talking about the trial, so that's if people want to continue watching that. But obviously the courtroom stuff is over. The stuff outside the courthouse seems to be over unless there's something going on I don't know about. So that seems to be for those in the chat asking for a particular video, there really is none right now. Anyway, I think I'm probably just gonna call it a stream there. We're coming up on
for sure.
On 4.5 hours for this part 2 stream. I started obviously in the morning at 10 o'clock Eastern time.
You gonna do this again tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, if every day that goes by is more likely to be a verdict. Thing I'm worried about is if this thing goes to Friday, then you really do have a risk of a riot because, the weekends you have people, they don't have work the next day, they stay out late.
Yeah, and it also gives tension, because when you watch these people, I didn't even think about that until you pointed it out, the longer these people are out screaming at each other and, getting tension to build up like a pressure cooker outside that courthouse, the more likely there's going to be problems. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. Well, for those of you asking, yes, V Radio does have a channel, and that's the name of it, I believe. It's V-Radio, I think.
Yep, they can check it out at, they can either just go straight there or v-radio.us will take them and they can find my YouTube, Telegram, Discord. I have a BitChute and a Rumble. I'm using Rumble now. I'm not going to go into why I was banned for a week for obvious reasons, but if they want to know why, they can go to BitChute and find out what it is that I was talking about that got me in trouble.
So remember, guys,
I uploaded a video about it.
This is not V like kick V, V-E-E. No, this is V, just the letter V. V-Radio. Are you aware of the kick V meme?
No, that's news to me.
So yeah, there's this other YouTuber that he's a friend of Sargon's, actually named V. He's
cool.
He's Romanian, so there's like this meme whenever they would do some gaming videos like D&D and stuff that they would play, and I guess the recurring gag there was to kick V from the game because they found him annoying. He has this heavy Romanian accent.
Wait a second, Neo. Why is there an open subscribe button on your stream? You didn't subscribe to me?
Oh, because this is a private window, and I'm not logged in here. See, it says sign in.
I'm just messing with you, man. It's been great working with you. If you want, I can come on with you again tomorrow because I can't go on. Obviously, I got Rumble going, but about 30 people showed up.
Dude, you're in YouTube jail. I mean, periodically, this is what we have to put up with. You talk about
no kidding.
You talk about taboo topics, and YouTube randomly determines, nope, you're in YouTube jail.
Well, the weird thing that I dealt with other than that was like, it would be like I'd have a video and it's getting really popular. It's like soaring up real quick. And then they'll hit it with something like one of them was, endangering children. I'm like, there's no children in this video. And so I'll appeal it and I'll win. But then when it comes back up, then nobody's watching it anymore. It's just a theory, but it feels like sometimes they do that just to knock you out of the algorithm, like knock you out of going up. And I don't know if that's true, but it just seemed weird because I'm like, this is not a mistake that's easy to make. Somebody and then they get back to me about my appeal in like under 10 minutes. And I'm like, what the hell? Was somebody just sitting at the keyboard? Like, it was just weird.
Well, it's just, it's half of it is that YouTube has automated these processes a lot. And when the algorithm hits you, they don't care. There's no human intervention unless you're like a massive channel. Like, I'm sure Sargon, he must have a a channel manager or something at YouTube that he probably maybe has an email for. But if you're guys like us, nah. Because there's channels I know of that have like 100 or 200,000 subs, and they can't get a human being.
Right, and somebody did something. I mean, I can't. Every time I've ever appealed something, the algorithm still took like a day.
Really, I don't think YouTube takes you seriously, where you could get in regular contact with a human being until like a 250,000 subs or something like that.
Because the other feeling that go ahead.
Raketa Law was able to get an answer, but they took a day to get back to him.
It definitely concerns me because it's giving them the ability to kind of decide what narrative goes forward, and that's why I've just decided that even after this, like when I do get back on my stream, I'm just gonna, because part of the problem is so we're moving over to Rumble, and people are like, well, it says you're not live. I'm like, well, on Rumble you have to actually hit play to see a live stream. So if you go there and you're thinking it's like YouTube, you're like, oh, well, it must not be going on because there's a play button in the middle. It didn't just automatically come on. So these little differences. They also think if you want to chat on Rumble, it's called Rumble Rants, and it's like in the upper right-hand corner. So people are asking me where the chat is because they're commenting on my video instead of chatting because it's a different format. But regardless, I think what I'm going to do is what Glenn Greenwald is doing, which is just not going to get off of YouTube, but I'm going to just keep my people aware. Hey, start working on making a Rumble account because if this happens again.
The problem with YouTube is that you start finding yourself censoring yourself because oh man, if I talk about this, they're going to take the stream down. I'm going to get a strike. I can't stream for a week. Then I get a second strike. I can't stream for 2 weeks or a month. Third strike, channel's gone. So you find yourself...
Right.
So the topic that you mentioned that, shall remain unnamed...
Right, yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
It's just something that, if you're talking about that, you're going to whack you.
And what's messed up about it is I only talked about it for like 10, 15 seconds out of like an 8-hour stream. And I'm like, how did they pick that up? That's another reason why I'm like, what is going on here? There's no way they have an algorithm to pick up maybe 3 sentences. That were spoken. And I'm how did that even happen? It just didn't make any sense to me.
Stuff like this was even coming back and biting LGBT channels. Where, okay, so you can't say anti-LGBT stuff, right? Okay, but how do they program an algorithm to decide the context of what's pro and anti-LGBT? So pro anti-LGBT channels were getting whacked just for talking about LGBT stuff. You know?
Right.
So
no, and
that's
yeah.
half the problem is a lot of this stuff is algorithmic, and unless you're a mega channel, they do not care. What, your channel that generates a few $1,000s a year at most is inconvenienced?
Well, right, and that's why, I mean, I realized that, and this is something that one of my friends said, because he had the similar experience, is that they don't really have an incentive for us to be monetized. It doesn't help them, you know, and they're claiming that they're not making a lot of money. Like I heard YouTube is claiming that they're not doing well. So the more PewDiePies that come around, it puts them in a scenario where, you know, they're like, well, we don't want that to happen. We don't need a bunch of PewDiePies. Like our company would go bankrupt, is basically how they think about it. Which is one of the reasons why I'm hoping some of these other platforms improve.
But
like people that
here's where
go ahead.
Here's where the counter argument to that. YouTube itself is now different. Now they just basically monetize everything. The only difference is they don't pay you. You could have a video that's
Right.
not monetized and they're still putting ads on it. Did you know? I've noticed that. I've watched my own videos where I'm not getting monetization for it. You know, I've got the yellow flag of doom, and they're putting videos on double ads. I'm like, well, if it's not monetized, how come they could put ads on it? Remember, the whole reason for the yellow dollar sign thing is it's not suitable for advertisers. But apparently,
Right.
YouTube found advertisers that they're are willing to put ads on it. So it's bullshit.
Well, I think I've just kind of resolved that that was another thing that happened was like, I think a day ago, I clicked to try to reapply to be monetized. So that might have also put me under a little more scrutiny in that they might have been looking over my stuff. It just seemed really weird to be talking about something so briefly and then get nailed and not just like warned, but like, here, have a strike and we're deleting your video. And I was like, whoa. You know, it just felt creepy, like big brothery for me to do that. It was like a tiny, tiny, tiny part. Like I was literally responding to something in the chat. That's how inconsequential it was to my show. You know, and I have other videos I've deleted them about that topic, and they never said anything about them. So it's like that's why it felt so strange.
And the other thing that pisses me off is anytime if you have any kind of autoplay feature on, you always get thrown now into mainstream corporate media. No matter what video you're watching, the next video is going to be, if you're lucky, Fox News, but you know you're going to get MSNBC. You get thrown to mainstream corporate media, and you could tell that's deliberate.
Well, and as a radical centrist like me, I don't know which one I'm going to get. Like, I will get MSNBC or Fox, depending on the moment. The algorithm doesn't know what to do with me because half of my positions would be considered far right and half of my positions would be considered moderate left. So it's like it doesn't know how to handle me. And it's weird because I'll get stuff that I'm like, well, I have no interest in this. Why does it think I like this? You know, but it's still a good system in that, you know, I understand what the whole point is. I mean, I'm not even against, for example, ads that are catered to our information. I don't want to look at ads for, say, I don't know, tampons or something, and I don't have any interest in that. You know, so that part of it isn't what bothers me. It's when the news is given certain preference. You know, like you said, we got to just go straight over to mainstream news to be sure that our listeners are getting only the spoon-fed version of the truth.
Well, I've noticed if you watch Timcast IRL videos, you get a lot of those. What's that soap company with the?
Oh, that guy's hilarious.
Yeah, you get a lot of those ads. I notice if you watch Timcast.
That's an ad that I'll watch just because they're fun. Like watching those videos are cool.
And then the other one that's popular is the one with the that electric razor that's designed for shaving your balls. What is it?
Oh my goodness! I know what you're talking about.
Manscaped.
But wow.
Is it Manscaped? Is that it?
Yep.
I mean, and actually, I've noticed a lot of people reading live ads for that. They must spend a lot of money on sponsorships.
Yep.
I could think of a few channels. Even the Quartering. The other day I saw him reading a Manscaped live read. I think. It's just so it's a lot of that soap company and Manscaped ads I'm seeing on these videos.
I also get a lot of I do get trailers for movies, and I get documentary trailers too. I don't know if that's something specific to just what I click on, but yeah, in general, but yeah, I'm available. I guess just hook me up, and do you want to do it the way we did it today? Is that the best method for you?
Yeah, just drop me a DM. I'm probably gonna stream the same way I did today. I mean, just verdict watch.
All right, no problem.
So, believe me, you're doing me a favor. Get tired of hearing my own voice 8 or 9 hours straight.
Well, yeah, I know, and that's kind of what, especially in it's a marathon, man. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I realized just like getting out and walking outside felt strange because of this damn trial. I haven't been getting out of the house, and it's messing with my sleep too. Like, and parts of it are stressful. Like when I was watching the frickin' and what's stressful about it, it's like, I don't know Kyle Rittenhouse. It's not like we're friends. It was stressful because I know the truth, because I've watched too much of this stuff, and to just hear somebody openly saying stuff that I know is wrong and that someone's life is in the balance. That's what led to me going, oh my God, I need to call these people right this second, and I got lucky and got through, but it was like, it becomes more personal when you know the truth because you've been investigating it, and then just see in the courtroom play out that people are just getting away with lying about it. It's enraging.
Well, if you've learned a lesson, it's just that your balls will thank you for using Manscaped. And I think we'll just leave it at that. So that's gonna be all. That's gonna be all for this NeoUnrealist, guys. If you want to help the channel, do me a favor, hit like for this video, leave a comment below, mash down that subscribe button if you're not already subbed to the channel. Click on the notification bell next to it. Put it on the all setting to keep up with the new content. Give a visit to V Radio. Also, Lotus Eaters, if you want to see what Sargon is doing these days, is Lotus Eaters channel. Now, if you want to contribute directly to my channel, you want to toss your hard-earned dollars into the tip jar, you can follow the links below to Patreon, Subscribestar, or PayPal, whichever you prefer using. Or if you're watching this later on BitChute, you could use the green tip pledge button on the video player right there. Most importantly, guys, thank you for watching.
wanna